do the payment or makorokoto acho online as well. I'm gonna put music so we can all listen to the music while we are waiting for our host.
Yeah, we'll be coming very soon, very soon. We are trying to connect to the BP, so I'll be back very soon.
Thank you, host. That is all excitement. That is all excitement. I will just give you a brief on the things that we are doing in our resource mobilization while we are waiting for our VP to get connected. We have different things that we are doing to try and resource our party. We are surely a government in waiting, I can tell you that. We've got a leaders club where we've got people that are volunteering to contribute the $100. We've got other clubs where contributions, people are contributing $50, $25, and $10 on a monthly basis. So basically, like direct debit until the elections. So those are some of the things that we are doing. And I know people that are here this evening, this afternoon, this morning, depending on your location, people will be happy to donate whatever that could resource our party. We can talk from mobile phones, smartphones, tablets, laptops, uh, vehicles to be used during the election campaigns. If you've got a house that you can donate to the party to use for now, I mean literally anything that anybody can donate. We as Citizens Coalition for Change will really appreciate that. Uh, I think our VP is online now, so I think with that, I am going to welcome our VP and thanking him for coming to speak to us tonight. And I'm going to hand over to Jessica. And Jessica,
Thank you.
then the host.
Thank you. I think the host is in transit and he'll be settled quite soon. But we're supposed to I'm supposed to run with this. So thank you so much. Firstly, to everyone who's here, because without you here, the VP would not be here. So firstly, let me acknowledge that the CCC party acknowledges the input that people on social media and on the ground do. So we do appreciate his time and effort to come here and speak to us. So I think we all know he's the vice president, but let me just give him the mic so he can perhaps introduce himself a little bit. Everybody, I'm sure everyone here knows him, but it would be nice for those that don't really know him, and he can try and just give a brief intro, and then he will speak to us. So we've borrowed an hour from his schedule. So we will open up the floor once he is done with his presentation. And if you have any questions, already have requests that are coming through. I can see them. But if you have any questions, please allow the VP to speak. And then when he is done, we can then start to admit everyone. Over to you, Honorable Biti, and thank you for coming.
Okay, so thank you very much, Geraldine. Good evening to fellow citizens. Good evening to Zimbabweans, compatriots who are listening. I know that there are many who are not necessarily citizens, who are not necessarily members of our beautiful movement. So I think I'll just go on into what I want to say. I've been asked to speak on diaspora remittances without human rights. One way of rewording this subject is basically taxation without a representation, taxation without accountability. The diaspora community has become such a large contributor to Zimbabwe's gross domestic product. As I'm talking to you right now, for 2021, the diaspora contributions were 1.4 billion US dollars. In 2020, they were around 1.2 billion dollars. And in the last 5 years, they've averaged a billion US dollars. And now, if you want to see the scope of these contributions, compare diaspora remittances to overseas development assistance or aid, or compare that to foreign direct investment. So I'll start with overseas development assistance. Overseas development assistance, that is to say, donor aid, largely coming from the United States of America, the United Kingdom through DFID, now disbanded the European Union. These are the biggest contributors to Zimbabwean ODA, Overseas Development Assistance. In 2021, it was around US $600 million. And that has been the figure, the average figure in the since 2014, which is lower than the figure that of that same figure during the time of the GNU, which was around $1 billion US dollars. Foreign direct investment coming into Zimbabwe, and here I'm talking about foreign direct investment accounted for by UNCTAD, the United Nations Commission for Trade and Development, based in Geneva. They've got an official website that anyone can go and check. Our foreign direct investment is actually averaged US $200 million annually in the last 5 years. Of course, I acknowledge that there's illicit or shadowy foreign direct investment coming particularly from China, which is dubious, which is not legitimate. We've seen the disastrous consequences in the invasions of our mountains, our graves, places like Binde, places like Motoko, places like Uzumba Marabafungwe, where the Chinese are literally going into grave sites to dig for whatever they can do. But the fact of the matter then is that foreign direct investment has been 5 times lower than diaspora remittances. Overseas development assistance has been lower than diaspora remittances. And so diaspora remittances have become a major contributor to the GDP, as I said. But I want to come to a fourth comparative matrix, which is Zimbabwe's current account and our balance of payment position. Here, I'm talking about the relationship between our exports and our imports. So Zimbabwe roughly has exports of around 5 billion US dollars. This is what we sell outside Zimbabwe. Our imports, that which we bring in, is roughly around $6 billion. That means the net deficit is about $1 billion. So the current account is in deficit. However, what Mutuli Ngube has done in the past 3 years is to compress demand, is to compress imports, and that has been done to create the fiction of a country with a positive balance of payment position, with a country with a current account position. But we know that is a lie. So if you look at his budget statements in the last 3 years, he has actually been boasting of a positive current account position. That's not true. That's actually a lie, because we have got imports whose demand are inelastic. In other words, there are things that we have to bring into Zimbabwe. We have no choice. And I'll give you a few of these imports just to show the myth of Mutuli's claimed positive current account position. We've got fuel. Zimbabwe doesn't produce fuel. So we import fuel in a normal year of about $1 billion US dollars. But the last 2 years have not been normal, because our capacity to produce our own energy has been limited. Wange 1 to 6 has basically collapsed, leaving production of energy to Kariba. Kariba is only 700 megawatts when we require around 1,500 to 2,000 megawatts. So when there is no electricity now, people tend to diesel, people tend to petrol generators. So the increase, the depreciation and decapitation of Zimbabwe's energy output has meant a corresponding increase in the Zimbabwe's demands for fuel imports, for hydrocarbons. So hydrocarbons are essentially around $2 billion US dollars. Then you've got electricity. We've been importing electricity from HBC, that's Cabora Bassa in Mozambique, and from ESCOM in South Africa. Again, that figure is close to $1 billion. Then you have got foodstuffs, essential foodstuffs. Then you have got medicines, essential medicines. Then you've got agricultural inputs, particularly ammonium nitrate, particularly phosphates. We used to have several chemicals which used to produce ammonium nitrate, but as all of you may know, that is shut down. And of course, you know that Command Agriculture is consuming over 10 billion US dollars, and a large part of that is actually going to ammonium nitrate. So the bottom line is that the imports whose demand is inelastic, whether we like it or not, as long as there's a state called Zimbabwe, it will require fuel, it will require drugs. They are essentially 4 billion US dollars. Then, of course, you've got trinkets. They love their whisks, they love their vehicles, they love transport, they love their Gucci's and so forth. That's probably another 2 billion US dollars. So you're back to $6 billion. But even assuming that Mutuli Ngube's figures are correct, then and we've been operating on a regime of import suppression, it would still mean that the positive current account position will be around 200 million, will be around 300 million. That means that Zimbabwe's diaspora remittances are much, much more than what it is getting from its trade in net terms when you compare imports and exports. What does this mean to this debate? What it means to this debate is that the diaspora community is now occupying a major structural position in Zimbabwe's economy. Therefore, it also demands that the government of the day, the authorities, must also give corresponding sufficient weighty importance. And regrettably, this is not happening. And I would like to submit that this is actually contra to the constitution. This is actually against the constitution. The constitution in chapter 3 devotes an entire chapter to the right of citizens, and so you'll find the rights that are given to citizens in that section, in that chapter of the Constitution. Part of that right includes the entitlement to a passport, the entitlement to identity documents. Those are not a privilege. Another right given to a citizen is the right codified in Section 67 of the Constitution. And Section 67 of the Constitution says that every citizen is entitled to political rights, which include the right to vote, which include the right to form a political party, to join a political party, to support a cause, and so forth. It's a very important provision which we plugged from the South African Constitution. Now, notice that Section 3, so chapter 3 of the Constitution and Section 67 of the Constitution define citizenship and bestow rights on citizenship irrespective of their residence. So the rights granted to citizens in terms of their constitution are not restricted in terms of enjoyment to their residence. In other words, they are not qualified because you are staying in Botswana. They are not qualified because you are staying in South Africa. They are not qualified because you are staying in the United Kingdom, like many of you on this platform. I've seen my relatives, my nephews, and my nieces. They are not qualified because you are in the United States of America. They are not qualified because you are in Beijing. They are not qualified because you are in India. They are not qualified because you are in Durban or Mauritius and so forth. That means that any interpretation of the law that restricts the enjoyment of citizens' rights based on the location of the citizen is clearly unconstitutional. It's clearly unconstitutional. So, and I want to make reference in particular to the various judgments, in particular the Shumba judgment that took away the right of diasporians to vote. That judgment restricts the enjoyment of the right codified in Section 67 to location. But the Constitution, when it grants the rights to citizens in Chapter 3 and in Section 67, Chapter 4, the Bill of Rights, is not located, is not restricted to location, to residence. If you are a citizen, you are a citizen. And your citizenship doesn't end whether you are in Burkina Faso, whether you are in America, and so forth. And one of the things that the Constitution did, because what the founders of the Constitution did, and I'm going to come to this in a while, they knew that there were already millions of Zimbabweans abroad. They knew that. So what did they do? They allowed Zimbabweans to have not just dual citizenship, but multiple citizenship.
Washington, can you still hear the VP?
Yes, I can hear you. It's loud and clear.
Yeah, it's audible.
Can I continue?
Yes, please continue.
Thank you. Thank you. So if you look at Chapter 3, one of the things which we did, and we fought, I was one of the negotiators, as you know, of MDCT led by President Morgan Tsvangirai. The issue of citizenship was one of the hotly contested seats on the negotiating table. And we fought to include the right of not just dual citizenship, but multiple citizenship. So a Zimbabwean by birth, a Zimbabwean by acquisition can actually have a multiple citizenship. And also because we knew that the diaspora community was having children, we also expanded the right to claim a natural citizenship to include grandchildren. As long as one of your ancestors was born in Zimbabwe, you can claim direct ascendancy to direct citizenship. We also expanded the definition of acquisitory citizenship, which is why immigrant Zimbabweans who came from Mozambique, who came from Malawi, who came from the SADC region, also have direct citizenship. What does this mean? What it means is that the Constitution is a generous definition of a citizen. The Constitution has generous rights granted to every citizen. Chapter 4 of our Bill of Rights is probably the most important section of the Constitution. It affords so many rights to citizens which did not exist before. They include the right to freedom of movement, freedom of conscience, freedom of expression, the right to labor, criminal rights, the right to land, the right to property, the right of children codified in Section 81, the right to health codified in Section 76, the right to clean water and a clean environment, Section 74, the right to education, the socio-economic rights, the rights of all veterans, the rights of women, the rights of the elder, the right to shelter. These are serious rights, and they're given to citizens. So I would like to submit that, and here allow me to go a little bit deep into philosophy or jurisprudence. I would like to submit that any interpretation of the law that takes away rights of citizens is clearly unconstitutional, particularly that one that is based on location, one that is based on residence. And I want to say something, and this is deep. This is deep. If there are lawyers that are listening, they will understand this. A constitution is made by the people, and the Zimbabwean constitution of 2013 was made by the people and subjected to a referendum. So, when the people make and exercise the right to make a constitution, it's called primary constituent power. They've got primary constituent power. They are exercising primary constituent power. In other words, the right, the absolute right of a citizen to create a social contract, to create a new rules of engagement, to create a new agreement between them and power. So citizens have got the primary constituent power. Parliament now is given power to amend the constitution, but the power of parliament is just delegated. So parliament exercises what is called secondary constituent power. Primary constituent power residing in the people. Now, secondary constituent power and interpretive constituent power. Judges hold what is called interpretive constituent power because all they do is to interpret. So secondary constituent power and the interpretive constituent power are all subordinate to primary constituent power. And primary constituent power, which is the citizen in their constitution, determined and demanded a liberal definition of a citizen, and two, a generous provision of rights to that citizen. So neither parliament nor the courts who exercise interpretive powers can take away the rights of a citizen by interpreting those rights very restrictively, which regrettably has been the position at the present moment. Now, if there is no legal case, and I've been making a legal case that there has to be a right to vote and many other rights, and I'm going to come to them, surely your contributions now demand that you have a seat on the table. The diaspora contributions are a tax. Some of you might say, but VP, that doesn't make sense because there's nothing that obliges you to send 500 pounds to your aunt in Bindura, 200 US dollars for school fees to your nephew in Tangamvura in Mutari, or $400 to your uncle in Nyamanglov. That may be so. There's no de jure law to that effect. But the fact of the matter is that there is a de facto obligation. There is a de facto obligation, which is why economics refer to diaspora remittances as grey tax. The African, like you and me, is a social being that is social responsibilities. These responsibilities are reciprocal. Some of you are in overseas probably because an aunt or an uncle happened to pay a ticket for you. Some of you are in the diaspora, and many of you are in the diaspora because an uncle invited you. An uncle was waiting for you at the airport when you landed from Harare, when you landed from Bulawayo. Some of you went through funny places to get to the diaspora. Some of you went through Malawi. Some of you went through Dubai. Some of you went through Australia. So the fact of the matter, you are there because of a social connection, because of Ubuntu. You are who because of I, and I am I because of you. So that necessarily means that the extended family is an integral part of us. The extended family is an inextricable part of us. Now, why have diaspora remittances increased? Diaspora remittances have increased because Mr. Mnangagwa and ZANU PF have failed and failed in absolute terms. The state is literally and virtually collapsed. The citizen is left on her own. The citizen is left on his own to fend for himself. There are no drugs in hospital. The children have not gone to, even up to now. Today is the 28th of January. Children have not gone back to school. So the diaspora now must fill the gap. You must provide rent for your relatives. You must provide school fees for your relatives. You must provide money to buy drugs. I've got a Sekuru who has got COVID. He was afflicted by COVID. His lung is about 80 something. We now have to buy him oxygen literally every 2 days. He goes through a 10-kilogram tank. There are many Zimbabweans in that position. This platform is a platform for our political party. We've just formed a party only 4 days ago, on the 24th of January, in the year of our Lord 2022. We have nothing. We have no head office. We have no computers. We have no vehicle. We have no decently paid staff and so forth. You are interested in change, and you know that this is the only vehicle. So already that is a tax, because we are going to ask you to contribute. But even without asking you, you already know the imperator of contributing. So that is a tax. That is a tax. And by the way, the 1.4 billion US dollar remittances is actually understated. The 1.4 billion dollars is measured in direct transfers that you make through mobile money, transfers like Sawira, and so forth. There are other imports that you bring in which are not recorded. For instance, you send drugs, physical drugs. Many of you now pay supermarkets like Pick and Pay in South Africa to actually deliver goods in Zimbabwe. So if you were to add that non-monetary remittances, the true value of remittances, in my respectful submission, will be around 2.5 billion US dollars. So you are paying a tax created by the failed state that is overrun by, or more appropriately, misrun by Emerson Mnangagwa and his ZANU cronies. And you are now filling in the void left by a retreating state, a state that has retrenched all its social responsibilities, particularly on the social agenda, which includes women, which includes orphans, which includes the elderly, which include war veterans, which includes people living with disabilities, which includes the extremely vulnerable, the poor people who require assistance and so forth. And we've got so many of them. By the way, 79% of our population is living in extreme poverty. The World Bank will tell you it's 50%. Trust me, it's 79%. So we've got 79% of the Zimbabwean population living in extreme poverty. And extreme poverty is an income of US $1.20 a day. I'm spending a lot of time in the village these days, and trust me, there's no one who earns US $1.20 a day. Sorry, $1.50 a day. So people are living in extreme poverty in townships such as Mbare, Makokova, and so forth. People are surviving on what is called tsawona. Tsawona is a situation where you buy 4 leaves of vegetable. You literally buy a cock of cooking fat, and then you have got a small ndiro, a small plate of rice. I mentioned rice because rice is actually cheaper than wofu, than meal meal. So people are surviving on tsawon. So you guys in the diaspora know that. You talk to your aunts, you talk to your brothers. There are some of your relatives that you actually block Because when you see Tete Anna phoning, you know Tete Anna wants something. When you see Bamning John phoning, you know Bamning John wants something. And so you depart from that phone call, your head is aching because the demands we make from you at home are endless. We want this and we want this. And also we at home, we are not kind on you. We're not kind on you because we think you make millions of dollars. And we also forget that you also have your own responsibilities. You've got your own children. You've got your own your rents or mortgages and so forth, so forth. And at home, we don't forgive you. We don't forgive you at all. We don't give you time off. And part of the problem is some of you, we send you to school. So if I send you to school, I say, my daughter is in London. My uncle is in America. My uncle is in Joburg, Gauteng. Surely she must send me some money. So we are not kind on you. Hence, this massive increase in remittance, it is a tax. And if it is a tax, surely you also ought to be on the top of the table. You can't be hiding underneath. As I said, there can't be any representation without there can't be any taxation without any representation. You have to be on the table. So diaspora remittances, therefore, you see, the way a state works, a state is a relationship between the citizens amongst themselves, and more particularly, it's a social contract, a contract between the citizen and the power. So this relationship is mutual, theoretical in normal countries, like countries that most of you are. It's a self-reinforcing relationship. It's a mutually benefiting a relationship, but it creates a reciprocal obligations. So the citizen will pay tax to the government, and he's got an obligation. The citizen will render himself available in an army. Our constitution makes it clear if there's a war and so forth. The citizen renders services to the state. He works for the government. She works for the government. So those are the obligations on the citizen. Those are the obligations on the citizen. So being a patriotic citizen doesn't mean supporting ZANU-PF. Being a patriotic citizen means upholding your end of the stick as a citizen, paying taxes in particular, doing civic duties in particular. That's your obligation. That's your obligation. But what are the reciprocal obligation on the state? The reciprocal obligation on the state is number one, to protect the territorial sovereignty and integrity of the country. So yes, we need an army to protect our borders and to protect our safety as citizens against invading and marauding armies. Nowadays, it's now academic. We don't have wars anymore, but but when mankind is formed, wars are natural. Wars are a consequence of the social contract. Number two, it is to provide an environment where the citizen can flourish. So the state must establish hospitals through the taxes that we pay. The state must establish clinics, schools, universities. The state must provide roads in infrastructure. It must provide clean water and so forth. So both of us must play our part. The citizen plays his part and the government plays its part. So this is what is called reciprocal obligations. And when you have got reciprocal obligations, the state is accountable to citizens. The state is accountable to citizens. The state must deliver on all these things: the social agenda, the economic agenda, and indeed the moral agenda, the human rights agenda. The state must deliver them. If the state doesn't deliver, the citizen waits for 5 years and holds the state to account by changing the government, by putting it out. Now, the problem with Zimbabwe is that you have a renegade state, you have a bandit state, you have a rogue state that is not accountable. And the key instrument of accountability is dysfunctional, which is elections. They are captured, they are emasculated, they are diverted, and so forth. You have a situation where the selectorate matters than the electorate. That's why we are demanding changes. President Chamisa will be speaking about this very soon in the next few days. Now, where the seat of power is not accountable to the citizen, then there's a broken down of this reciprocal a relationship that constitutes the modern state. There is a broken down of this social contract, and that is the problem with Africa. That is the problem with Africa. The problem with Africa is that it's a one-sided agreement. The citizen plays his part of the bargain. The citizen upholds her part of the bargain. He pays taxes. She pays taxes. She goes to work and so forth. But the state is indifferent. The state turns the other way. There's no clean water. There is no electricity that functions. The electoral system doesn't deliver. Rights are squandered. Human rights are squandered. So you have a situation where there's a total emasculation of human rights. Political activists are in prison. Political activists have disappeared. The media is not free. There's one broadcasting house that spouts propaganda every single day. You find this situation in Zimbabwe. You find this situation before Ichilema in Zambia under Edgar Lungu. You find this situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I don't know why they call it Democratic and Republic, because it's neither of the above. You find this in Congo Brazzaville. You find this in the Central Africa Republic. You find this in Gabon, where Odimba, the father, ran the country for 42 years. Now Odimba, the son, even though he's paralyzed, he wants to go on forever. You find this in Togo, where Ngansime Eyadema was Africa's longest serving head of state for 43 years. Now his son has taken over, and he took over at the age of 39. You could be there longer than his father. You find this problem in Mali. You find this problem in Burkina Faso. You find this problem in Cote d'Ivoire, notwithstanding the promising start of our friend Alessandra Ouattara. So it becomes a disease. I can go on and on in each and every country. Djibouti, Somalia. It's crazy. It's really crazy. The Frelimo in Mozambique, the NPLN in Angola. You have got a broken down social contract. The citizen upholds his part of the bargain, but the state does not hold its part of the bargain, which is why political change becomes so important, which is why supporting the yellow movement, the yellow revolution becomes so important, which is why Ngahapinde Mkomana becomes so important, because that offers us, the citizens, to reset the baton, to recalibrate the framework of engagement by having a government that recognizes that we are people for a change. If the Zimbabwean government recognized that diasporans were people, number one, they would offer them a right to vote. Number two, they would have allowed the diasporans to be economic players in our country. There will be special contracts, there will be special concessions reserved for the diaspora. Particularly now when you have got dual citizenship. James Manyika, my friend, I went to university with him, has just been appointed the vice president of Kuku. He can offer his service and come have a little shop in Harare, a little technology company, hopefully in Dotito, where I come from, or in Gai, and these people can play a role. There are so many of you, sharp Zimbabweans. I travel extensively, but the last 2 years when COVID has kept me inside. You will never go anywhere in the world where you won't come across a Zimbabwean doing an amazing job in an unbelievable place. In an unbelievable place, thanks to education, thanks to the education that we got through our parents paying, for it. So it's not just you giving remittances. There must be something we must give you back. There must be something that Zimbabwe must give you back. So number one, as I said, right to education. Number two, the right to participate in the economy of the country. Number three, the right to participate in the politics of the country, not just by being voters, but also being candidates. In our party, we have a few, but they're just a few. We have young Caston Mateu in Marondera. And I have no doubt you will win in this by-election. But why shouldn't we have so many of you? Because you are citizens. Because you are citizens, and there shouldn't be a bar to that. Number four, we want your We want your ideas. We want your ideas. You've got so many ideas, intellectual contributions, whether you're writing a paper, whether you're writing a book, whether you're helping us in the movement to do political scenarios and so forth. We want your ideas. Lastly, the social component, your contributions either in sports, cultural activities, your children coming over and vice versa and so forth. We want you in those 5 respects. So the government of the day is not respecting you in all these 5 areas that I've spoken, but they want your money. They love your money. They want your money. They love your money. So the question is, how can you leverage your huge financial position? Regrettably, you can't withdraw it because you're not giving money to the government, you're giving to a relative. But indirectly, you're giving to the government. Because when you send 500 US dollars to your Aunt Mavis, who is in Kambozuma, she's going to spend it in a supermarket and pay VAT. So you're paying taxes. You're paying taxes. But unfortunately, you can't withdraw. So the only leverage you can have is to help create the sustainable political environment. And this is done, of course, through supporting President Chamisa and the Citizens Coalition for Change, supporting the activities of other citizens. There are citizens that are engaged in fantastic human rights work, organizations such as the Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights, organizations such as Zim Rights, organizations such as the NGO Human Rights Forum. Many of you used to work for these organizations anyway. Women's movements, child rights, movements. In other words, play a conscious part, play a conscious, a conscious path. So let me conclude by saying that the biggest challenge we have in Zimbabwe is that of a skewered state. A skewered state in respect of which the social contract is broken down and it's one-sided. There are no reciprocal obligations. While the citizen is upholding his or her own part of the bargain, the rogue Mnangagwa regime is not doing that. So to resolve this immediately, we must resolve the political question. So the political question is the biggest fight we are facing in Zimbabwe, because resolving the political question is a precondition to recalibrating the social contract, so that the social contract becomes a contract. So that's number one. When we get our politics right, it means we are able to look after some things that are equally as important in safeguarding the citizen. What are those? It's institutions. We need strong, credible institutions. We need a judiciary that is free, that is not captured. In my life as a lawyer, I don't think I've come across a judiciary that is more captured than the current judiciary. I know they will try to bring contempt charges against me, but I'm prepared to repeat this and provide evidence. Mugabe did some capture, but it's nothing compared to the present capture of the judiciary, which is a shame, an absolute shame. Number two, as part of strong institutions, we need strong labor movements. The Zimbabwe Congress of Trade Unions must regain its old glory. But how can it regain its old glory when its constituency, the working class, have lost their jobs, and we have less than 8% of our people employed in the formal sector? That means that the ZCT has lost over 70% of contributions, subscriptions that it used to receive from workers, which points to one fundamental thing, which my friends and I have pointed out in our book, Democracy Works, that democracy can only function if there's also a functional economy. So strong labor unions, strong employers organizations, strong churches, strong civic organizations, these are very key. A strong media, a strong plural media is very key. 43 years after independence, we have one broadcasting house, the Zimbabwe Broadcasting House. That's crazy. Go to countries like Kenya, go to countries like Tanzania, and these are not very democratic places, by the way. They've got multiple independent broadcasting houses. They've got hundreds of newspapers. Tanzania, for instance, has got so many newspapers in Swahili, in English. The same applies to Kenya. The same applies to Uganda. Notwithstanding that, you've got the dictator Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. So Zimbabwe is the remaining epicenter of toxicity, caught up in a time warp. We need strong institutions, including a strong media. We need a strong constitution, a permanent constitution. With Mugabe, our constitution was lacerated over 20 times. With Emerson, even though there have been 2 amendments, those 2 amendments are so vast, they exceed 40 amendments, and they've assaulted the basic foundation of our constitution. The basic foundation of the original constitution was that power would not be bestowed to one individual. Now Emerson is regained that through constitutional amendment number 1, number 2. He now appoints judges. The constitution had taken away that from the president. He appoints the prosecutor general. The constitution had taken out that from the president. He the configuration of devolution by taking away members of parliament from the provincial councils. He has removed the running mates provision. Yet we put the running mates provision. We just killed this. Yet we put the running mates provision in order to deal with the uncertainty of succession caused by Robert Mugabe, who wanted to live for forever. So we're trying to address a mischief that can be, good enough. So the constitution is important. Institutions are important. A free environment is important. I've never mentioned this. I've never written about this. What do I mean by a free environment? I just mean a tolerant, inclusive society. You just do your thing as a society. I've lived in some of the countries that some of you are in Europe, in America, and so forth. You can meet the country prime minister without knowing that you have met him. In Zimbabwe, the motorcade is from here to Masvingo, 400 kilometers long. You feel power. They make you feel it. They remind you about power. That's abuse. The average citizen is not concerned about politics. The average citizen just wants to see his children grow up. You take your wife for dinner, your partner for dinner. You save money. You go on holiday. You look after your relatives, and then you wait to die and decay. That's the average citizen. But in Zimbabwe, we've all been forced to become activists because the system gets to you. It gets into your kitchen. It gets into your bedroom. It gets into your church. Look at the divisions in the church caused by this regime. I'm a member of the Anglican church. For 4 years, we're fighting in aberration, a monster called Kunonga, until we got our church. There's a fight in the FM. There's a fight in these football clubs. The football clubs are captured. They want Dynamos. They want Highlanders, and so forth. So you can't escape the ugly fingerprints of ZANU-PF. You can't escape the ugly fingerprints of an exhausted state. I think that is not good enough. We just want freedom. We just want to be free, free to carry out our functions, free to assert our rights. So these things are important. These things are important, which is why I said the other night, talking to Hopewell, that what we seek to achieve through the Citizens Coalition for Change is a radical departure. And the reason why our slogan is Shanduko Zimbabwe, it's no longer about change. It's about transforming Zimbabwe, the way we think, the way we breathe, the way we do other things, the way we pray. We have to change everything because 43 years of Emerson Mnangagwa has destroyed our value system. I know 1 or 2 things about the economics, and I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that we can turn around this economy in 6 months. But what is going to be hard to turn around is the mindset of the people, Ubuntu of the people. We've been de-Zimbabweanized. We now have a totally wrong value system thanks to ZANU-PF. So the task is huge. The task begins now, but the task lies with every citizen, particularly you in the diaspora. You can do certain things that we can't do, And there are certain things that you don't suffer, which we suffer. We suffer from day-to-day abuse. Electricity is gone. There's no diesel in the generator. There are no drugs in the thing. In other words, we suffer from the best end of a debased failed state. Some of you at least are in a decent functional states. So you have got a better breathing space than what we have. But I have no doubt that we'll get there, and I have no doubt that change and transformation is around the corner. We must keep the faith. This vehicle that we have created, the Citizens Coalition for Change, is the vehicle that will deliver us to a new Zimbabwe. I thank you very much, and I'll stop here for now.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vice President Biti, for your kind words and very, very informative. I think one of the things I usually say is that the Zimbabwean government only recognizes the diaspora when it comes to remittances. And I just wanted to back your notion, the points that you put across, that yes, remittances are actually increasing. So if you check in 2020, I think in 2020, we had 1.002 billion. And then prior to that year, it was 647 million. And then 2021, with the recent survey, shows that it's about 1.4 billion. So if you actually make like a proper calculation, it will probably increase by 40%, right? From the previous from the prior years. So it is true that it is increasing, and that's mostly attributed to the failures of the system. So thank you so much. And if anybody wants to verify that, they're welcome to just look around that data. But that's how it's going. So yeah, it's really impacting citizens, especially when they don't have rights. But at this particular point, let me ask Dr. Dendere to come through if she has any contribution, if she's got any questions she'd like to ask the Vice President, and then I will be accepting questions. So please do request, and then we can try to take it from there.
Just sorry, before the doctor comes in, thank you, Honorable. I just wanted to ask all our listeners and viewers, to those that have just joined in, if you could retweet our message so many people can also come in and join. I think there's about over 1,000 of us. If we can also retweet and make sure that others who have not seen this message can join and come and join us in this conversation. Secondly, resource mobilization is the area that we are looking at. We've got a link there for those who would like to make any contribution monetary wise. Please, we've got a link there. You can either use PayPal, or you can use your bank, whether it's Visa, MasterCard, you name it. We've got sections there that you can choose from. Makorokoto, some of the fundraising that we are doing for the elections, and the printer that we also looking at purchasing. Secondly, we also looking for your skills. We need your skills. We need you to work with us to make sure you donate your skills. And from that, we also then going to some things that will also help us in elections. Things like smartphones, tablets, laptops, computers, houses, cars, you name it. I don't want to dilute this conversation, but I just thought I would let those that have just come in aware of what's going on. Dr. Dendere, you can come in. Thank you.
Dr. Chipo, please do come in.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Biti, for your presentation. This was very helpful. My first question for the new political party is, what are the structures that you've put in place to actually support diaspora vote mobilization? So we know that for years there have been a lot of people that put in, cases with the court to support the diaspora vote. And those have had strong pushback. Historically, the MDC was on the fence. And I know this because I studied this. But I think it would be very helpful to have a clear message on what positions CCC is going to take to support the diaspora vote. Now, people in the diaspora can mobilize, they can do a variety of things, but I think ultimately the win will have to come from the courts locally. And that has to be led by political parties. We have evidence from Kenya on this. We have evidence recently from the Nigerian diaspora trying to agitate for this as well. So there are different places where we can pull this from. The second thing is it would be really good for CCC going forward to have a strong uh, presence in the diaspora through the political parties. We've already seen people hosting spaces, which is good, such as the space by the diaspora leadership. But one of the questions that people were asking me is, can we see on the website a list of the various um, sub, committees in different countries? So listed somewhere in on the website, whom do people contact if they have questions, if they want to join? And then finally, we are making all of these donations on PayPal, and I've done this. I have encouraged my friends to sign up for a small monthly donation. I find that easier, so you don't have to think about it. You can do that on PayPal. You just select, I'm going to give $10 every month or $20 every month, and then you forget it. It's out of your mind. It's just your Starbucks money or something small. While we're doing this, though, I keep going back to the Party Finance Act, which is very clear, at least in writing, that people donating the money have to be domiciled in the country. And you're the lawyer, so I was hoping that you might explain a little bit about that legalese, because what we don't want is for millions of dollars to have been donated. And I'm not saying millions have been donated today. I'm sort of just speaking it into existence. But my concern is that you have $5 million that's been donated, and then the law will be clear that that money cannot be repatriated to CCC. So maybe this is not something that you can speak on publicly, for confidentiality or other things. But I do think it's important, and we would do a disservice, at least those of us who read on these things, if we didn't bring that up as something to think about. Thanks, Jessica.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dendere. I'm going to allow Honorable Vice President to answer that, and then I will start to take questions from other people. And then VP, if you can also just let us know the time that you might have for questions, it would be great, so that we can try and manage that. Please go ahead. VP, you can go ahead.
What I've noticed, Jessica, sometimes when you try and unmute the phone, especially when you're about to speak, it just plays up. So
okay, yeah, and I think I've unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You can go ahead.
Okay, that was Chipodendere, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I follow you on Twitter. Keep up the good work. So, you've asked me questions, but I want to say that we want to do things differently. We want to do things differently. We don't want a top-down approach. So I would prefer a situation where you say, we suggest we could be doing this, both you and us. And let's win ourselves from ZANU-PF, because ZANU-PF is where we say, chef, Twitter say. But we want to create a new culture, and let's begin it now on these platforms. I think both of us, you and us, there are lots of things that we can do to try and get the diaspora vote. And it's not just the diaspora vote; it's electoral reforms. We've called this year Citizens a year for citizen action for change, and one of the platforms we are moving is the pillar for reforms, and surely the issue of diaspora vote is a reform. And when we say action, we really mean action, and action includes lobbying, action includes street action, because the constitution allows us to peacefully demonstrate in section 59. Action includes the right to petition. Action includes advocacy in Zimbabwe, outside Zimbabwe. So there are lots of things that we can do together as citizens, and I think let's do that. I would love to see us, the formation of a committee, or just on the right of the diasporans to vote, which will consist of people in the diaspora, people back at home, experts in the diaspora, experts at home. We go back to the Constitutional Court again. We go to the African Commission on Human Rights. We go to the UN, because it's a universal rights. And Zimbabwe is one of the few countries in sub-Saharan Africa that doesn't allow the diaspora to vote. Mozambique allows diaspora to vote. Botswana allows diaspora to vote. South Africa allows diaspora to vote. If the argument is that is in that judgment that citizens have need to be registered into to a constituency, each person in the diaspora came from a certain constituency, so register in that constituency. In any event, we can do away with the constituent voting, and there's one constituency where everyone is a constituent. That is the presidential vote. So if that is their argument, the presidential vote doesn't require a residence. So these are just the excuses. So I think let's have synergies. Let's work together. The same applies to the issue of structures and so forth. I think we are trying to get every citizen involved. I mentioned this the other day when I was talking to Hopewell, that part of the problem of the old MDC was the metamorphosization from a mass movement into a political party. And the political party has got gatekeepers. A political party is unbreakable. It's like a private club. You can't go to a private club. They will tell you we are members only, and you can only join in if you pay $5,000 or whatever. Now we want to change gears and go back to the people. So I think there's going to be a configuration of what we call structures. Our organizer Amos Chibaya will provide more details. So to answer you, Chipo, let's have a symbiotic two-way relationship. Let's work together, because the fact that we are home doesn't mean that we've got better ideas. We certainly don't have better ideas. And remember, we are firefighting. This one has been arrested. This one has been what? And then survival too. We all have to go to work and so forth. So in terms of intellectual freeness, you are probably better off in the environments that you are in the United States of America, in Canada, in South Africa, in Botswana, in the United Kingdom, in the European Union, in China, and so forth. Let's work together. Let's develop these. As far as the political financing, look, that is the list of our worries, and I can't give a full answer on a platform like this, where Emerson Mnangagwa probably has 5 people listening. The Political Finance Act is adequate. It doesn't know GoFund, it doesn't know modern technology, it doesn't know electronic transfers. So it speaks of physical boundaries, when these platforms have no physical boundary. So I don't want to go into detail, but I know that you're intelligent enough to know what I'm saying. So legal formalities should not worry you, particularly from a regime that is receiving millions from China, millions from shady characters scattered across the world. So I think that you guys shouldn't be worried about that. The legal formalities are the least of our challenges. Money can be sent, money has been sent, the resources will be sent. That is the easiest of our challenges. And remember, in so many of the situations, we actually don't want cash. We actually don't want cash. We want items. So if someone is going to decide to donate 4,000 yellow T-shirts, they're not coming to CCC. They're going to your cousin in Dotito, who is going to then look for Charlton Wende. So why should that be a problem? Now I'm letting out a lot of things. But what I'm saying is that let's not worry about legal formalities. You have been doing it, and I don't have to educate you. Let's not worry about an antiquated, clearly unconstitutional, paranoid piece of legislation called the Political Finance Act. Thank you. Can I have more questions?
Thank you, Honorable. I think the next person could be Suleiman, then followed by Love Mo and T. Chala 17. Thank you.
Washington.
Sorry, Jessica.
Go ahead, Sisi.
Can we ask how much time the VP has so that we can try and manage
What time is it now?
It's 8 past.
8 past
8.
So is 8:30 too little? Let's do it to 8:30 and see.
I think we can.
So 30 more minutes. Let's go.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, VP. I think Doctor has said something that is already alluded to the point that I want to speak to, but I just want to elaborate a bit to say we have realized. I think Jessica, you have pointed out a number of some other things that are also critical to the fact that the diaspora is contributing a lot to Zimbabwe. As such, I want to think that it has also played out in the party that the diaspora are also trying to give in to the party a lot. But what I think is lacking is the fact that the leadership must, I think, knowing very well that the other parties and they've got finances from the government and you know it all. So I would think that the leadership could be dispatched out in the diaspora everywhere, because people are willing to help out. People are willing to fork out their money, even to help with accommodation and everything else. But what is very important is for you to be seen around and talk to people around. Some people are, Zimbabwe, but you are concerned with us. I think that is my point number one. Number two, maybe it is very important kuti pachaitwa panoitwa leadership iri kuZimbabwe pavanachitaura nezvediaspora ngava involve. That's the point andachitaura kuti Dr. ambotaura nezvayo. Ndofunga kuti ngava involve mamembers ari diaspora. Unogona kuwana one representative from each and every country. Ezvinezvi vanhu vanogona kuita remote. You don't have to be physically in Zimbabwe, but at least those people to coordinate leadership, because zvinoita senge kuti kana muri kudiaspora sometimes we are a bit detached. The leadership hainyanyi kukukoshesai zvakanyanya kunyange dai havachikoshesa macontribution, but physically so I think maybe if there are means to bring about cohesion and having diaspora people involved physically, not only monetary. I thank you.
Thank you. I think we get to the next one. It was Love More. Love More, can we try and do 2 minutes at the maximum, please? We do not have much time. Thank you.
Thanks, fellow citizen. I would like to ask the VP. We know that ZEC is compromised, highly compromised, and if it is to go into elections in its current state, we're going to have a compromised result. Are there any plans around having maybe some V12 of some sort, where before the election results are counted, they are tallied, and the tallying is then publicly displayed so that we know exactly the total that we are expecting per polling station? Because the issue of ballot stuffing, if it's not managed carefully, we're going to have another issue that really needs to be solved. And I think the time is now for us to define that. That's my contribution.
Thank you. T'Challa 17, please.
Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to speak on this platform. It's a young man in the diaspora. It's always like it's just like there's no time to be alive. Like right now, in terms of like the change that's happening, and I feel like this movement is going in the right direction. So my question is loosely based on what Tendai, the previous speaker, just asked. But like, Vice President, my question is, if we look at Zimbabwe's political situation based on the scope of history, we know that history tends to repeat itself. So my question is, like, with the CCC, are there any countermeasures in place? You don't have to say them, but like, are there any countermeasures in place? Because like, politics is war, and you have to, your opponent that you're going to war with, and you have to have strategies in place to counteract certain ways the opponent or your enemy might move on you. So we all know that the ZTC in the previous elections, they were compromised. So my question is, in the event that they're compromised, what what are some of the strategies that we can remain hopeful and we can depend on to know that these elections are not just going to go down the drain after a massive effort from people from the diaspora and people in Zimbabwe to get what we want, and so that we can all still have hope in a brighter future for Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, VP.
Well, thank you very much. I think that let me start with the issues around the first speaker. I think I hear him when he says that the leadership must, respect the diaspora paying a visit. That I appreciate. That is important, and I think we're going to see what we will do in the next few months. I know that it always is exciting when you have someone from home talking to you, discussing with you, socializing with you. You go for dinners and so forth. I remember the last time I came with the president in Washington D.C. In October actually it was December of 2017. Chief Soshep hosted us at some dinner in Washington D.C. I won't tell you what happened. And then the last time we were in the UK, May 2018, we came with the president. He had a speaking arrangement at Oxford University. Then he had that interview, had talk again. The interactions were just amazing. So we'll see what we will do, and more so because in the last 2 years we have not traveled due to COVID. So that is very important. We'll try to do that. The other comments are basically comments, suggestions, and I think that's the thing that we would like to hear. What do you think? What do you think? How can we improve? How can we be different from our erstwhile existence as MDC Alliance or MDC T? What are the things we should drop from the old past? What are the things we should keep? What are the things that are disruptive? That's the conversations that we would like to hear. Two of you are concerned about elections and the fact that they're not free and fair. Of course, they're not free and fair. But the truth of the matter, there is no dictator that has reformed itself out of power. As Lenin used to say, there's no class that commits class suicide. There is no authority that voluntarily surrenders power. So we have to be fully aware of that, and we have to be equal to the task. This means that there are several things that we must do in any election. We must protect the vote. Protect the vote. Real time, particularly the presidential vote, which is privatized. Why can't it be? Why can't the result of the president election also be publicized? Outside the from the bush, as they normally do during an election. Polling stations get pregnant and they suddenly deliver in the bush in the middle of nowhere. Some of you remember that video clip that I was involved in 2013, where in Mount Pleasant, in broad daylight, they put up a fresh polling station with Zumco buses carrying people that didn't look like Zimbabweans. So that's the integrity of voting of the voter. It's so key. The security of the voter is so clear. There's going to be violence. There's going to be intimidation. There's going to be harvest of fear. How do we protect the vote? How do we protect the outcome? How do we protect the results? In Zambia, Lusaka, President Michael Sata had youth sleeping on the streets, forcing the MMD government to concede of Rupiah Banda. President H.H. Hichilema also had people sleeping in the streets to protect the vote. All these things need to be attended. All these things need to be attended. And as you can see, they are beyond a political party. They are beyond a political party. They require citizens. That is why we're calling ourselves Citizens Coalition for Change, emanating born from last year when we had Citizens Convergence for Change. So all hands on deck. We can't do it on our own. It requires citizens, and every citizen must play his part. If we lose, it's not the Citizens Coalition which has lost. It's the people of Zimbabwe. They are the ones who have been denied the opportunity of transformation, the opportunity of opportunities, the opportunity of prosperity, the opportunity of a just, equal society where everyone is equal, irrespective of tribe, race, religion, or sex. Those things are important. Let's all play a role. And in the diaspora, find something that you can play a role, because we've got different skills. So in Zambia, for instance, we went to see HH during the inauguration in September last year. Young university students were volunteers in the countryside, but others can't be volunteers. You've got work, so contribute your resources. If your task is part of voter tabulation, help us on that. If your task is not part of voter tabulation, but messages, graphics, and so forth, social media, WhatsApp, so do that. If your skill is singing, do that. Give us the next soundtrack of our struggle. Do better than Paul Mazzori. If your talent is to make noise and speak, come and help us in rallies, in door to doors, and so forth. Everyone has got a talent that God gave him, he or her. Let's all put hands on deck, and let's move away from the top-down approach. Let's go a grassroots approach, an organic approach where there's chemistry and alchemy between the struggle, between the movement and between the people of Zimbabwe. So that's the point of departure, the role of citizen. I said when I spoke to Hope the other night that we are taking the citizen from the periphery, but it's more than that. It is the citizen who must now be in the driving seat. It is the citizen who must now be in the driving seat, and that is so key. So I appreciate these platforms, and I hope that the transformation which we are seeking is not going to be theoretical. We're going to see it in action by you, the citizens. Chimjenyu, Chitore, Chimjenyu.
Jessica, are you now able to speak? Your network was a bit troubling. So Jessica is having some network challenges. We hope that she'll be able to speak. And from what I'm seeing right now, we have a full platform. Yet there are still 15 more requests, and it's 7 minutes left. So let's try to be as short as possible.
Okay, yeah.
I think the next person we have is Charles, then Chatibwege. Can you go ahead and try to be as quick as you possibly can, please?
Am I speaking first?
You are the one on the line, Charles.
Okay. Thank you so much, Washington. Thank you, host. Thank you, Jessica. And thank you, VP, for being here with us. The first question that I had has been put across. That is the one about diaspora votes. However, I'm just going to say I think CCC should do all they can to try and get this to happen. And I'll leave that one on there. And my second question is, was anything lost by the CCC after the announcement of the new name, new settings, and everything, in terms of MPs, councillors, or anything? Did we lose anything after that announcement due to the change of name? And lastly, on a lighter note, VP, are you going to make an apology to Monzora and his and the people that have been sponsoring him for selling them a dummy? Because I'm sure they were waiting for this organization to go to the nomination court using MDC Alliance, and then I'm sure they had all the money to take this CCC to court, thereby delaying and as we know, the courts are captured. They're going to delay this as much as they can until after the by-elections. But we sold them a dummy. Are you going to apologize to Monzora about this? Thank you.
Thank you, my brother Charlton. Thank you. Chatibweke, please.
Good evening. Mr. VP, Muri Krimora Chayo Muri Uji. I've got two quick questions, and I don't know if I can suggest anything, but we've got issues like that tags that will follow us everywhere. Number one is the seat of Harare issue. I don't feel we are defending that issue, Jagakwana, like the Parada seat of Harare, yet we know where all this is coming from. The country, what's exactly is happening between the government and seat of Harare, in a state Yairi right now. And the second one is the issue, Yema sanctions. You really need to come clean and tell the people what exactly is happening. So that one was then we bury these two issues once and for all. Tonanga Watukunanga CCC.
Thank you, my brother.
Yes. Should I come in?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I want to start with the sanctions. Sanctions is not our language; it's the language of ZANU-PF. Some of you may have watched my press conference when I dealt with the human rapporteur on punitive measures. That woman who came to Zimbabwe. Please go and dig it out and pick it up. Because I made fundamental points. The things that I made fundamental were the following: that let's start with the definition. Zimbabwe trades with everyone. Its biggest trading partner is actually the Western countries, the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom's biggest aid contributor is United States of America, followed by Britain, followed by the European Union. So it doesn't fit in the definition of sanctions in the classical sense. Yes, there are travel bans on individual. So there we need to be on the same point. Secondly, we in the Citizens Coalition for Change, we want any kind of isolation against Zimbabwe to be removed, to end. Any kind of restrictions on Zimbabwe to end. And by the way, I also mentioned in that interview, please go and watch it, that economic measures taken against Zimbabwe or Zimbabwean institutions because of non-compliance with international financial standards are not sanctions. So we have got a gatekeeper of finance across the world. It's the SWIFT system. It's the FATF, the Financial Action Task Force, based in America. They follow money. They follow money to check money laundering, to check arms dealing, to check support of terrorism, to check dealing in drugs, to check child trafficking. So if a bank aids and abets any person who is in this category, terrorism, drugs, money laundering, children, and child trafficking, you'll be caught. That's why Zimbabwean banks have been fined. Big banks like HSBC have been fined. Barclays Bank has been fined. Standard Chartered Bank has been fined. Stanbic has been fined. ANB Ambro has been fined. That has nothing to do with the sanctions. Don't conflate that. So I come back to my point. We want all forms of restrictions on Zimbabwe to end. But the people in Zimbabwe, the authorities in Zimbabwe must also realize that they've got reciprocal obligations to the international community. So the international community will look at you with disdain if you are going to be beating up your citizens. If Hope Ochingwono will spend 8 months in prison, Young Makomberero Aruzivishe will spend 12 months in prison. Joanna Mamombe, Cecilia Chimbiri, Netsai Marova, where's Patson Zamara right now? So Itai Zamara, as I'm talking to you now, the world will react. You still elections and you think people will just watch you out, and be innocent bystanders. That's not going to happen. You still, the way you are doing, diamonds, gold, platinum, chrome concessions, roads, Zupcos, and so forth. So put simply, the onus of ensuring that Zimbabwe is totally re-engaged lies squarely on Emerson Mnangagwa and ZANU-PF and the ZANU-PF government. They have to show beyond reasonable doubt that they can be counted as an equal, respectable member of the international community. And an equal, respectable member of the international community doesn't steal elections, doesn't beat up opposition, doesn't steal the party head office of one party, doesn't steal the party name of one party, doesn't give $5 million to a rogue political party, doesn't incarcerate its citizens, doesn't banditarize its citizens, doesn't declare war on its citizens, doesn't have one newspaper, one national radio broadcasting 42 years after independence, doesn't steal people's savings in their accounts, people's pensions. It doesn't wake up one morning and say, all the money you had is no longer US dollar. In other words, it lives by the standards of the international community. That's all that is required. Nothing else, nothing more. The onus is on ZANU-PF. End tagocracy, end kakistocracy, end kleptocracy, end violence against your people, end chigananda, as I call it, banditry, as I call it. The second question is on local authorities, including the city of Harare. You know, Jacob Mafume, the mayor, has been fired. I don't know how many times. Councillor Eben Gomba, the original mayor, was doing a fantastic job. He has been fired. I don't know how many times. Right now, we've got countless by-elections for local authorities in the city of Harare. So ZANU-PF has crippled these local authorities together with their friend Dundras Montora. You know, it's terrible, but it has happened. You have got a government minister, July Moyo, one of the worst ministers in the history of government ministers. And trust me, they've been terrible ones. The Chinamasas of this world, the Mtuli Ngubes of this world, terrible ones. But July Moyo is in a class of his own, together with his sister, Tracy, the minister of sport, Tracy Coventry. Sorry, Kirsty Coventry. So you can't have a minister treating elected officials like their employees. You cannot have that. You've got Section 349 of the Urban Councils Act. And by the way, the Urban Councils Act has not been harmonized to the new constitution. It allows the minister to have the final say on policy matters. You've got a creature called the local government board. The local government board is the final say on who is employed and who is not employed. The other year, the city of Harare wanted to employ a banker, James Mushore, to be the town clerk, and ZANU-PF simply blocked that. So we need to harmonize, to have a new Urban Councils Act and so forth. So in other words, you have a problem in that the Urban Councils Act, the Rural District Council Act, is an undemocratic piece of legislation that is not designed to ensure that citizens can actually deliver service delivery through their elected representatives, which is why I said at the beginning, let's have political change. Let's have political change as a precondition of having strong institutions. Strong local authorities are key. Devolution and power to the provinces is key. We don't have that at the present moment. And the reason why we don't have that at the present moment is, of course, the terrible legal political infrastructure presided over by Mr. Mnangagwa. So, and I go back again to what I've said. We need strong institutions. We need strong institutions, local authorities, churches, trade unions, employers' organizations, student organizations, women's movements, community movements. Most importantly, we need a strong, empowered citizen, one who makes sure that the state is accountable, one who makes sure that the government is accountable. At the present moment, we've got a disempowered, a tattered and scattered citizen. In my own family, I'm probably the only one in Zimbabwe. Others are in Australia, others are in the UK. My own children, one is in Australia, one is in South Africa, one is in America. It doesn't make sense. We are the scatterings of the true scatterings of Africa. So it's not good enough. It's not good enough. That's why this movement is so important. That's why the Yellow Revolution is so important, because it offers our people the perfect opportunity to do and carry out the revolution that is required. That's why Advocate Chamisa is so important, because he's carrying the hopes and aspirations of all of us, you and me. So when we say Ngapinde Hakem Komana, we are in fact saying Gatipinde Yedu Wananji Wanjiku Van.
Yes.
I'm only recognizing your voice now.
Yeah, it is me. Thank you very much.
I'm saying bola.
Inopera manje manje.
No, it's only now that I'm saying, this voice I know.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
me. That's me.
Okay.
Yeah. We've got. I've noticed we've got the Honorable Job Scholar as well. I don't know what happened. We had given him a mic and he dropped. Welcome, my brother. I'm going to go back to my sister Chiptando. Then we've
Can we
got
make it the last one, please? Or maybe
the
the last
last
two.
one.
Yeah, the last two.
Okay, we go to Tando and Mko Zanani.
Okay, thank you so much for such a wonderful platform and also giving us an opportunity to actually have a word in, because it often feels, as one speaker said, that we're so far away, and whenever we contribute, it's almost like the diasporans are only available when resources are needed, but when it comes to actually contributing meaningfully to the country, then we're not really we're not really wanted. But anyway, I just want to say that, the older I get, the more I realize that each generation must fight the same battle over and over again. And listening to you, Mr. Biti, talking, it really fills me with great sadness, because there's a video of Tongogara saying exactly that, asking for jeans in Sweden.
Absolutely.
There's a video of Tongogara saying the exact same words you're saying, saying, give us anything, clothes, the whole lot, so that we can fight our struggle. And I think one of the major things that worries me the most is this is a systemic issue. I don't really think that we've changed the governance structures in the country to make them in such a way that they are genuinely inclusive. I think that we're still governed for it's almost like it's consumption for the few at the expense of the many. And it's a structural problem. And I sometimes wonder whether it might not be a revolving door, that 30 years down the line, we'll be having the same story no matter who comes in. And what I just wanted to say is, I respect everything that's going. I was one of the people that was really worried. I actually sent an email to Mr. Magaisa saying the change of name is too late. It's 24 months. I mean, 2023 is just around the corner. Oh my God, how is this going to work out? But it's really heartwarming to see the response and everything that has gone in. Anyway, but that's what I want to say. But I just have a few questions. Whenever politicians talk of the people, it frightens me. But my sort of feeling is, would it not be wiser if the CCC maybe found just three grand policies that it concentrates on, becomes experts in, and then maybe everything else is solved by the next generation? One of the major problems we have also in Zim is an issue of succession. This is not a ZANU-PF problem. We see it even in our businesses. We see it in our opposition party. What are some of the things that the new CCC party is going to do in order to solve one of these, one of the major problems we have with succession planning, with governance structures, etc. And it plagues. I mean, this is a problem not just in politics but in business as well. It's almost like muzina business akatofa, business not offer, because there's a problem with delegation. And also the other thing as well that I think would be very reassuring to us as well is we want to see a lineup after Nelson, who's going to come next. We really want to have real choice, and we really want to discuss issues. I think we know what ZANU-PF is doing that's wrong, and I think we can sing it all day. But I think going forward, I think what would be very reassuring to all of us is we now really want to have an actual dialogue in the country. And really, I think some of these things, some of the noise that they create, I think it's now time you guys just ignored it. Because all of us have just stopped ignoring it. I don't understand why Fadzama Ere goes on those interviews with that guy, Ananzan Tafadzwa. It's completely unnecessary. All of us are not listening to all that. We want to see what the future is and what our future is going to be like. Because today, Kuchembera Diaspora, I tell you, is not ideal for a lot of people. And also, a lot of people are facing a lot of challenges with diaspora. And I think we need to start thinking, in the ways that other people and other communities that I've seen who are here, the way that they think about their home countries. And I think it's really, really important that we do that, and that there's a clear structure of doing so. So those are some of the things that I just wanted to ask if they can be addressed. And maybe we can have another dialogue on these issues in the future.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We go to the next one, my brother Nkonza. My brother Nkonza, can you unmute?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
You are clear. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, to the Vice President. First, I just want to say thank you, thanks a million and team for the name change. We've been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. Now we can move forward. So the straight to the point, straight to the question. So it's a question that I did pose to some of the members. So I got the answer, but for the benefit of everyone on the platform, maybe you can shed light on it as well, Mr. Vice President. So we, most of us, now truly believe, 1,000,000%, that the Triple C is going to, represent people that are gonna come after us, the next generation and stuff. So with the logo, we know that it's got our president for visibility because we're just starting. So people were asking about the long-term logo. That have you got any plans on the table, or you've already started working on it, or it's already there? The one that doesn't have the face of our president. So yeah, that's the question that has been asked by so many people, and I believe some of them are on this platform. So if you can shed light on that, that would be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Before the Vice President speaks, can I also just advise everyone? It has come to my attention that people are having trouble um, putting the money through the link that we've got there. There are some challenges that are there. The person who does our accounts is looking into this. If you can bear with us, we will get resolved. We are also going to pin it on our Twitter handle as well. So if there's anybody who would want to make any donation, please, we will put it on the Twitter handle for people to be able to. Your help is needed. Anything that you think you can help with, Zimbabwe is yours. And I think that we have been given that opportunity, and this is our time to really engage. That's why we are bringing our leaders on here so they can have a conversation with us, so that we know and see where we are, what we are needed to do. Not that A has to do this, B has to do this. It's you as a person to say, what am I going to do to improve my country? We're talking of voter registration. There's so much that we can do and encourage from diaspora. So I'm going to leave it there. Thank you, VP.
Yes, yeah. I think the lady that spoke is so many ideas, and I hope that we can tap here and possibly put her in one of our thinking, committees. She asked about she asked about the issues of succession in the country. She asks about involvement. She's got so many ideas. All I need to say is that, as I said, we don't want to be a top-down approach. We want to be a bottom-up. We want to be a bottom-up approach. This is a movement. This is a movement. The citizens are in charge. The citizens are in control. I've been away where there was no Wi-Fi. I'm only having Wi-Fi now, but the whole of social media is just yellow. There's not a single person who has been bought by us. There's not been a single person who has been phoned to say put on yellow. This is a revolution. This is exciting. This is a momentous. So citizens know what they want. Don't second guess them. Don't prejudge them. This name you were saying, we thought it was late. It's not late. What did we do in 2018? In 2018, until February, we didn't have a presidential candidate. Baba Changirai passed on the 14th of February 2018. Within a few days, we had the advocate Nelson Chamisa. We had just turned 40, by the way, his birthday. Please remember, it is next week on the 1st of February. Make him happy, please. So but we mounted an election even by their own votes, by their own count, with over 2 million votes. So when an idea is ripe and ready, that idea spreads like nobody's business. If you study the history of the liberation movement, ZANU was nothing. ZANU was absolutely nothing. The party that was known was ZAPO. The leader that was known was not Robert Mugabe. But once history started moving, it moved so quickly. It moved so quickly from 76 to 79. ZANU became something that became a big factor in the elections of February 1980. So the point I'm trying to say is that the point I'm trying to say is that sometimes don't complicate issues. Just trust in the people. Trust in the processes. Trust in the processes. You say, we want big ideas. Why does Fadzi does that? It's important to occupy those spaces. Sometimes it's toxic, but it's important to. The dictator must be straight. There are 4 things that you do when you are fighting a dictator. Number 1, you protect your zones of autonomy. That's why we are participating in these by-elections. Number 2, you build a credible opposition, a credible alternative. That's what we are doing. Number 3, you stretch the regime. So if the regime takes you to the moon, you follow it to the moon. If they go to Earth, you follow it to the Earth. If they go to Venus, you go to Venus. If they go to Pluto, you go to Pluto. I don't know the 10th planet. I'm told we now have a 10th planet. You follow them to that 10th planet. I would call it Lotito. You follow them to Lotito. So don't leave them to occupy spaces. And lastly, be the leader. Be the leader. They must react. And in the last 6 months, they've been reacting. They are reacting to yellow. They don't know what to do. They are reacting to our new symbol of one thing, and number 1, they don't know what to do. They are reacting to slogans. They don't know what to do. And they didn't even know, because sellouts have left our party. They didn't even know. Someone said we must apologize to Douglas because we saw them at Dam. We knew what we were going to do. We knew what we were going to do, but we kept on saying we'll participate under MDC Alliance. That's leadership. The opponent must react. The opponent must react. The problem with ZANU-PF is that it thinks we are dead. We are fools. We are puppets. I feel pity for them. I feel pity for them. So have faith, but faith without action is nothing. A Christian who just believes that Jesus will come and there'll be a second coming, who does nothing, is not a Christian at all. I'm a member of the Anglican Church. Faith is action. Faith is action. Kuchechi tobhadhara visitor my prisoners kujeri tunoenda my communities tunoenda. That's what you must do with regards to this yellow movement. You must have faith and action. You must have faith and action. You can't be an innocent bystander and watch us on Twitter, watch us on YouTube, watch us on Facebook. What are you doing? We also want to watch you. We want to hear that. Citizens were handing over a petition, making a lot of noise in Strand Street at the Zimbabwean embassy, making a lot of noise in Tshwane, Pretoria. That's what we want to hear. Let us watch you in turn, because we are all citizens. There's no one who is. There's no one who owns this thing except yourself. Someone asked us about symbols and so forth. We put an election symbol with the face of our president. The reason we did that is that you are fighting with piranhas. Anything else they're going to steal. Anything else they're going to steal. This name, if we had said we're going to do it, they were going to take it. In fact, there is a party which they registered it called the Citizens Convergence for Change. Now we were smarter. We didn't come with citizen convergence. We came with citizen coalitions for change. So the president's face, they can't do anything to it. They can't steal it. And they're so ugly, by the way. Compare Emerson and our president. So that, or even Douglas. So so that is why we did that, because dramatic circumstances also call for dramatic, measures. So we have invested a lot in the cerebral processes, thought leadership, and so forth. But ultimately, this is about the people of Zimbabwe. This is about you being part of this agenda. It is your agenda, the agenda for transformation, so that our children can live better lives than we have lived. Many of you are in that diaspora. I know. Even if you earn 20,000 pounds a month, you're not happy because it's not home. It's not home. The lady was talking about Kuchembera, diaspora. None of you wants that. I know my family is in the diaspora. They're not happy. They love Zimbabwe. They love Zimbabwe, but circumstances force them to be in the diaspora. We've got vazukuru vazvarwa, overseas. We want to see them, vazukuru vedu, our nephews, our nieces. So let's give it all. Let's give it all, and change is a reality. HH in Zambia taught us that change is a reality. Change is a reality. You just have to work for it. And Zimbabwe is not exceptional. There is no Zimbabwean exceptionalism. Zimbabwe is not insulated against the democratic change and against the power transfer. It's going to happen. And it will happen in different forms. Whoever thought Mugabe would go the way he did, and if the baobab called Mugabe could be removed by circumstances and history, what about the thorn tree called Emerson Mnangagwa? And what about the tired, exhausted gerontocratic party called ZANU-PF? So let's have faith, but faith with action and lots of action. Let's play our role, resources, ideas, activity, and so forth. All hands on deck. All hands on deck. Let's go beyond the formal party. Let's go beyond the formal structures. It's everyone is a shareholder. Everyone is a stakeholder. I thank you very much. God bless you. Ziko Mokwambiri. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much, VP. I don't know how to thank you for that, but I just want to assure our listeners. I also want to acknowledge our leadership who are also on this call tonight. My friends, my brothers and sisters have been working with, continuing doing the same fundraising from different platforms. I just want to say we can hear our leadership giving us that hope that we need, and let's keep doing it. My brother Hopewell, I see you're on there as well. Thank you for coming, and I'm afraid I'm not going to take any more questions because the last question is the one that our VP had said it's going to be the last one. VP, is that correct? Can you still take one more?
Yeah. Okay, one more.
Yeah,
Mommy,
can you
those who have cooked for me are saying they're going to put the food in the sink.
Yeah, we don't want that. We want you to be fed. Mommy and Sabu, please.
Oh, sorry, leader. Can you take someone else? Mine was not a question, so give someone else an opportunity. Thanks.
Yeah, Washington, can I go ahead? Hello?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay. I'll be very quick, Mr. VP. I'm an engineer in UK. I'm a chartered engineer, and I've worked for research and development, especially in the space and aerospace industry for almost 20 years. My suggestion or my contribution to CC as a member is, could you create a community where some of professional engineers or some other professionals, some us, we can actually provide some of our skills in terms of the roadmap and strategy. We have had some experiences and some experience in this country that we want to bring back home. And I think as the government in waiting, some people like myself and other engineers outside, we would also want to contribute into that. So if you could help us into putting us into those groups or communities or on the website somewhere so that we can put some of the ideas was one of the first thing I wanted to do. The last thing I want to say is, as diasporas, is it possible that when we are sending money, especially in Zimbabwe, I have started in all the projects that I'm doing in Zimbabwe, especially like building, that I don't do projects with anyone who hasn't got a voter registration slip. So I always ask for all those builders or anyone who's doing suppliers, are you registered? If they're not registered, I'm not using them. If they are registered, then I'm using them. I think that would be a good thing to start enforcing people to register as well. That's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, engineer. So, well, look, I think, as I said, I want to encourage a bottom-up approach. So maybe you should take the lead. But what I would want is, because we've started working on our blueprint. So what we've done is we're going to have different chapters, but for now we've got clusters. So we've got a technology cluster, a social cluster, a rights cluster, a macroeconomic cluster, an infrastructure cluster. You would be very useful, I think, in our technology cluster. So maybe if you can, I'm sure you can know how to get me. If not, Geraldine and Washington Ali can help you so that you help us on the theoretical aspect, because we've started working on our blueprint. I think your suggestion on engagement with the people that are registered to vote, I think is a very good thing. I see a lot of single people here. Don't date a Zimbabwean who is not registered to vote. And I think if all the ladies were to do it, half of the Zimbabwean population will be registered in the next 2 weeks. So I think it's innovative. So as I said, let's have a bottom-up approach, and I'm so proud that we have people with your expertise, and I'm sure we'll have another conversation outside this platform. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very, very, very much. God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, VP. My brother Nomi, I want to ask the host to answer your question, so that you can probably get into the picture of what's happening. We are going to have a space for engineers, but my host, could you please come in and just share with my brother Nomi there?
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much, Mr. Washington, and thank you, VP, for the work that you have been doing. And in answering the questions for all our guests. We consider all of you here who are listening guests. So as you have seen, our handle is written as CCC Diaspora Network for Change. It comes under the Diaspora Secretariat of the party, meaning if you have got any skill, you can message us and we'll put you in the right cluster. If those who were there on Wednesday, they noticed that we were having doctors. This coming Wednesday, we're actually going to be having lawyers. So what we'll be doing after each space, we are going to be creating a network or a cluster of the professionals that will be on that platform, because each space is going to attract particular professionals. So we had doctors, now we are going to have lawyers on Wednesday, so be ready for that. We'll be having lawyers both from Zimbabwe and outside, and the VP is welcome to come as well, since he is a lawyer.
No. So many other lawyers now.
Yes. Then from there, there's going to be a skills database that is going to be based on the website, where you can then go and just input your skills and even upload your CV. And then from the CVs that will be there, a network is going to be created. There will be clusters on the database portal, where you can just go on technology, as the VP was saying, or you can go on medicine or on education. Then like that, you'll be having that platform is coming very, very soon. It won't take long. So kindly inbox us, follow us. We are going to, when this information is launched, we are also going to come on the spaces and tell you that the database has been launched, so that you can be able to join. So that's my answer to that. But otherwise, we want to thank our VP. And before he leaves, I can just say there are more than 20 people who wanted to ask questions, including excluding those who were sending questions to the inbox. So definitely there is great interest in you having to answer some of the questions. So after these spaces, we are going to engage you further. Thank you so much, VP. You can go enjoy your meal. Bon appetit.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think for the next few minutes, we probably could continue with our engagement. If we've got any questions, we could then forward some of the questions to the VP, and just so that at least people can share whatever they have. I think it's very, very important that we hear what everyone has to say. There is also a recording there for the next 30 days, so people will be able to listening to the recording. Those who are here who have not followed the VP, please follow him up. Let's follow each other. They say your network is your net worth, so let's do that. We are going to go to SAE and then we go to Chatibwege. Chatibwege, you've already had your chance to speak, isn't it? I'm not sure if my sister, you've got anything that you want to say, my sister Chipo. SAE, that's you can unmute and speak, please. Thank you.
Okay, hi guys. Thank you guys for the opportunity. I just wanted to say that, regarding the diaspora community, I just feel that, as a young person, I feel that there's not enough action being done quick enough. Like, for example, at the moment under the CC campaign, I do not feel like I know who represents my community or my constituency, for example, or what's being done there. And I feel like, if in the diaspora, for example, if we had groups of saying wherever where that person comes from. If I come from Chinambuya, for example, I should have a group from Chinambuya that the diaspora community can actively participate and share ideas and actually do things that make a difference in communities and actually show a change. That by come 2023 elections, we should be saying, in every constituency under CC, we're giving out, tractors or even automatic plowing machines to the people and to the communities. But that would have been because the people are actively involved in building the communities, rather than just saying, okay, we've got communities of engineers there, rather than us just saying, oh, this set of group of people are going to be there. I'm an engineer myself, but I'd rather say that I have a group of from my people, from my place where I come from. If it's in Gwanda or wherever I come from, I should be able to say, okay, I've got this group of people, and together we're going to make this kind of change, and we're doing that, and we're doing this, and actually gets that.
Thank you, my brother. I think you heard the VP mentioning that we want the initiative to come from the bottom going up, and I think this is exactly what we are trying to do. We are trying to come together like this so that we can share those ideas. We can sit down on a table as engineers or as lawyers, as teachers, as accountants. We are trying to make sure we do that. The idea is Zimbabwe is waiting for you and me. Now, we are looking at 2023 elections right now, apart from these by-elections. We don't want to wait for 2023 to arrive without a plan. So you and me needs to sit down and work out a plan of what we need. Then we can implement that plan as soon as possible. So these engagements, we want them to be fruitful. We want whatever we are discussing here to be able to say after a meeting like this, right? How many engineers do we have? DM us. We need to talk to you. We need to arrange. We need to work out on programs and things that we need to do. And it can only happen with you willing to go full force to make sure that we do this. So let's not just talk. Let's come back again. Let's engage. Let's work out on plans. Let's form committees.
process with which we take your suggestions here. For those who were on our celebratory Twitter space, when we just had the name, that's when the idea of Yellow Friday was actually suggested, and we took it up from there. And today was Yellow Friday because of a suggestion that was made right here on this platform. So all the ideas that you have are going to be implemented if they are feasible. So thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure that people see that we are very serious about the implementation of their ideas.
Thank you, host. Thank you. Mr. Jones Msara, you are the next, and followed by Guccio Such, and we can just go like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I would have wanted to raise some questions to Mr. Biti. I heard you address him as the VP, and I wanted to find out when did you guys do elections? And are you guys aware that you are supporting Mr. Chamisa, who is showing dictatorial tendencies? And Mr. Biti and Mr. Chamisa have also begged for sanctions against the citizens of Zimbabwe. So why are you supporting sanctions beggars and dictators? Thank you.
Can I respond to that, Mr. Washington?
Yes,
So
go ahead.
today's discussion is not on sanctions. We understand that our friends from the other side frequently come to our spaces, and we give them an opportunity to speak as citizens. However, every discussion doesn't have to be diverted to the sanctions mantra. We understand that there might be a deliberate desire to push a particular narrative. If we are going to do that, we will create a situation where we can notice that this one is from the other side, and then we don't afford them a chance to speak, which is not good. So when we come here, let's try to discuss the topic at hand. And as you have seen, our guest has gone. So if that question was meant for him, he will hear it from the recording, or you can send it to our inbox. We'll forward it to him, but I think he had addressed that earlier on. So let's try to come up with suggestions and solutions of what we need to do, not just the accusations and blame game and all that. This is a new organization, new party, new everything. So let's not do that to each other. We don't want to end up not giving you a chance to speak. Sorry for that. You can go ahead to the next speakers. I can see that there are a number of hands. We will go first to Inkisela Yesendabazinduda. Inkisela, go ahead and mute yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, my question was supposed to be directed to the Vice President, but anyway, if you have means, can you please forward it to whoever may have the answers? I just wanna inquire. I'm a member of MRP, and well, since the formation of this CCC brigade, I've made up my mind, and my vote is not even as councillors. I'm voting for MRP councillors, but national elections, or what I would call presidential elections, I'm going to give Nelson Chamisa a chance yet again. Then I just wanted to know how far has this coalition gone to try to, or to ask whether there are any plans to engage the MRP leaders. I know there are so many people that have different perceptions about the MRP party. Some are just writing it off like that, but I wanted to understand from the leadership of the CCC Brigade whether they have any plans of engaging, and what are those plans actually. And I would like to point out that I'm outraged by the. He's asking why we have taken a decision to support Nelson Chamisa and Tendai Biti, people that he's appealing with, people who have begged for sanctions or whatever he calls it. But he is one guy who is supporting a murderer and someone who is responsible for a number of genocides in Zimbabwe, someone who is responsible for tarnishing the future of millions of Zimbabwean citizens. But no one asked him, why are you supporting Emerson Mnangagwa, a guy who is responsible for all these heinous crimes in Zimbabwe? I mean, I think next time you really have to, I don't know whether he's still here, maybe he can answer for himself. But well, those were my questions. And I would like to thank you for allowing me to ask.
Thank you so much for your questions. We are not going to answer that. However, we request you to send us your contact, because if it's about engagement, definitely we would need to be in touch in order for us to be able to engage. So at least would you kindly send us your contacts? Then we'll try to see how we can take it from there. From you, let's go to
Sabuku has been waiting to
Sabu.
speak.
Oh, thank you very much, host, and thank you everyone for attending today. And we thank our VP. I saw Honorable Scala was here. I would like to acknowledge him as well. My brother Hopewell, thank you for being here today. I'm all about resource mobilization. And John Zimsara, if he's still around, please leave something before you go. You're free to donate. I think inside your heart, deep down your heart, you know you want a better Zimbabwe, and you can still donate to this cause. I just wanted to say, I sent one of my very good friends to the link to attend, and she was busy in the middle of snow working, and says, you know what, I'm not attending, but I'm sending you $100 right now. Please donate. Before the VP leaves. So I'm going to
For you, thank you very much, the host and Mr. Washington. What I would like is this: whenever you are doing your engagements, especially the clusters that has to deal with maybe, let me just say, registered accountants and so forth, and maybe something that has to do with finance, economics, and so forth, please reach out to me, because I think I just feel that I can have something to offer to the new cause. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Get in touch, send us a message right now, so that your contribution won't be drowned in the sea of contributions that are coming. So send us a message. At least with a message, you'll be able to follow up on it later on. Thank you so much. From Emmanuel, we go to JT.
Thanks very much, host, for this space. I would like to thank you for the ideas of that you've put across, and for the Yellow Friday. I believe it was a success. Everyone's mood was brightened and up today. It was very invigorating. And I just want to encourage each and every one of us, to take this initiative as citizens seriously. Some of us, we have just adopted polling stations around Chipinge, and we are also looking at resource mobilization around Chipinge area. And those who are from that side who are interested, we need to get in touch uh, and run with this cause for the citizens. But most importantly, I would like to encourage everyone to follow each other. We need to retweet. It's very important for information dissemination. If you look at it now, the local newspapers in around Zimbabwe, Herald, they're very selective in terms of the information they publish. So we are the new. We have to use these platforms to share, retweet, so that we can reach out in every angle, around the country and spread the message. So those around Chipinge, or if you're from Chipinge, if you're willing to adopt polling stations, get in touch. And we are running out. We're running a lot of projects around that side. Uh, and I think MP Fluchwayo, if he was around, he will confirm this. So we just need to unite and keep spreading the information. Thank you very much for this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, JT. Thank you, JT. We wish you a great victory in Chipinge and success in the initiative that you started for Chipinge. We'll go to David. David Siampondo, can you unmute and speak?
Hello, Shiko. Greetings, everyone. Yeah, when Sabuk was speaking, I felt like, oh, okay, I need to do something here. I'm just joining the space right now, and I heard it's all about resource mobilization. So yeah, I'm going ahead to donate my $100. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. And as my brother Hopo, who is on this platform, always says, if all of us right here donate something, or at least retweet the donation link, which has been pinned on our profile, it's going to go a long way. Retweeting doesn't cost you money, as Mukoma Hopo says. So thank you so much, David, for your generosity. From yourself, we go to Alan Poff. Alan Pofu, can you go ahead?
Hello, host. Good evening and Yellow Friday to everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity that you have given me to speak. Well, I've just joined the space now, so I'm not sure if the question had been brought forward by some of the colleagues or members of the Yellow Party. My question is regarding the nominations that have just that we were busy with recently. So I noticed on the first batch of nomination that was done on the 26th, ZEC was registering our party as a citizen coalition for change without an S. Then today, when they were registering the likes of Mr. Tendai Biti, they were registering as citizens with an S. So I just wanted to understand if that is not going to be used as a loophole by ZEC, or it's not going to cause confusion in terms of maybe somebody coming up with a registered party that will be coming without an S and then claim that, well, all those members belongs to them or something of that nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a question that was not yet asked. What we'll do is shift your suggestion to the people who are responsible for that. And then maybe when we are going to have the spaces with lawyers on Wednesday, maybe we can ask them the legal implication of such mistakes. So thank you so much, and we have noted your concern. From yourself, we go to Rich Chavi.
Thank you, host. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's unfortunate that the vice president has left the platform, but I wanted also to request from him maybe to actually request is about the issue of preparation for the election in terms of taking steps of ZEC as we proceed into 2023. The issue that I see is that ZEC wants to reach in advance, way before the actual ballots. As we see right now, and underway is a process of voter suppression. But we need Vice President Tendai Biti. I know that he has got experience in terms of a parallel voter tallying. Remember what happened in 2008. He was working with a technical team, and he knows the team that has started mathematicians, some teachers who were actually known. So I want to request Vice President Biti to facilitate the setting up of a technical team that will assist Charlton Wende to make sure that they do a parallel, if possible, an automated process of tracking, ZEC shenanigans and ensuring that at the end of the day, ZEC cannot get away with electoral fraud. So it is something that I wanted to request from him that based on his experience from 2008, he knows what has to be done because, he did it. When he announced the results, Tendai Biti was very clear on, what had happened. So it's something that he needs to facilitate in order to make sure that we don't lose track of what ZEC is doing. This is very, very important. I think.
Thank you so much.
With Vice President Biti is the issue of mobilization of resources. Right now, there is no adequate coverage in most countries, especially in South Africa, in terms of ensuring that we bring in everyone. The suggestion that was done to say, let's have maybe someone physically from leadership to be around and say, let's take charge of mobilizing people to create awareness about this whole thing and say, we have meetings directly in countries, Botswana, South Africa, with people who will be facilitating those meetings for specifically resource mobilization. That is very important because right now, the coverage is not adequate. Most people are not aware and, they are not on these platforms but they want a better Zimbabwe. Believe you me, the whole participation of, the people in the diaspora, it's not a coincidence. It is because the Zimbabwean political, social, and economic crisis, it's now 21, 22 years old. So that's why you see people talking about we are now getting old in the foreign land because it's not normal. So we need to just make sure that we create awareness to, get hold of
Thank you, Rich. We are going to, we have heard you. I see that the mayor is here. Some of these questions, they speak to your position in the standing committee as the secretary for local government. So if you are comfortable enough, you can request the mic and we add you so that you can answer such a question. And I'll give to my co-host before we go to Mambo Shoshe.
Thank you so much, host. And in line with the question that has just been asked, I think in line with also the area which I'm responsible for, resource mobilization, I just want to say to you, my brother, and all the people that are on this platform tonight, I want to give an example of having shares in a company as a company director or shares on the stock market. I think that if we are to take that scenario and marry that scenario to say, I've got shares in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is my country of birth. Now, if we are going to guard Zimbabwe jealously, I can tell you we can leave this platform tonight with homework to say, right, for sure I'm Zimbabwean and I know what's happening in Zimbabwe. I want to give two examples of two gentlemen that are here. My brother Hopewell, who's here. You see what he does. He's always saying, if you see a tweet, that tweet, if you retweet it, it will go and help somebody who might not be on his contacts, but on your contacts. So sending that message will not cost you anything. We've got my brother Alex here. I want to acknowledge him as well, Makaisa. The work that he does in terms of going into things and really getting into an item and disseminate it so that we can understand it from a layman point of things. He is doing his work. My brother Hopo is doing his work. The challenge is with us. My sister here, Chipo, she writes books. And she's also one of those that is also tweeting and talking about things that are affecting people. Now, I know we've got that notion of fearing. We fear quite a lot to say, oh, if I say this, what's going to happen to me? I know that has been a fear that we have, all Zimbabweans say, oh, someone is looking at me. So I think we need to get to a point where we say, listen, we have been out of Zimbabwe for nearly 20 years, over 20 years, but we want to go back home. Now, if we cannot build our home the way we want it to be, it will continuously come back to us. So what I'm saying here is we need to take ownership. And when you take ownership on something, you guard it jealously. If you've got a house, if somebody tries to come and break into your house, you will get them arrested or you will defend your house. Somebody beats your child, you will defend that. So I think we need to get to a situation where if we see someone stealing our money, the taxpayers' money, that's your money, me and you. So we need to make sure we continue. If we see them being exposed by our brothers here who are journalists, let's expose them more and demand that that money be returned. So it's those things that we need to look at to say, once you take responsibility for something, to say, no, this is mine. You can play with this one this way. I can tell you, once we build our Zimbabwe, it will flourish because we are guarding it jealously. We want to see something good happening because you've got some shares in it. So we need to take responsibility and start going that way. So thank you. I think we go to the next one now. Thank you. Mambo Sose, you can come in.
Okay. Yellow Friday, everyone here. Yellow evening, yellow morning, yellow afternoon to my fellow yellow comrades. Thank you so much for being here. I just want to reiterate what Honorable Vice President said. Just one statement. Let's give it our all. So when you are here, the thousand of us who are here, ask yourself, am I giving it my all? Are we giving it our all? Our comrades, our yellow comrades in Zimbabwe, Honorable Tendai Biti included, our president himself, Advocate Nelson Chamisa, and our good brother here, Hopo Chingono. They have to dodge bullets. They have to go, in jail so that they fight for this freedom that we are fighting for. We don't have to do that. We are here. We don't have to dodge any bullets. We don't have to go any bush to any bush like our Eastwell friends say that we were in the bush and they try to hold everyone to ransom. Our bush is here. It's on the Twitter Spaces. Our bush is on Facebook. It's on Instagram. It's on Change Radio. It's everywhere where we have space where we can speak. That's our bush, and we don't have to take up any gun or anything to do, to fight. Our gun is our wallet. Now, if we see here, you look at we have about 1,000 people. If we could just take out our gun, take out our wallets, and give $10, every time we come here, imagine how much it will be. Just $10,000, and it's just $10 that you could have spent on a six-pack or on a pizza or on a drink or something like that. That's what we need to do. And the moment we begin to do that, folks, this struggle will become so much lighter. $10, and we have $10,000. Let's give it our all, as our vice president has said. I'm giving it my all, and I want to thank over 60 people that are here, that are part of the $100 club, that are pumping out $100 every month. And everyone who is here, you are free to join that illustrious $100 club, because it makes a whole lot of difference to our struggle. But it's not about $100. Even here, if you leave your $5, if you leave your $10, how much ever you leave is going to contribute to this struggle. So before I leave this platform, I'm gonna, of course, pay my $100, because everyone who is in that club are paying their $100 today. So if you're not part of that club, please ask the host how you can be part of that $100 club, and you remit your $100. So in addition to that, respect of this space and everyone who is here, I'll add $30 for that, so that that takes my donation to $130. But I just wanna, encourage everyone who is here. Let's do the little bit that we can, so that we can win Zimbabwe for change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Sofe. Thank you so much. I think that's a very good incitement. I'm also going to go and put my $100. I'm in the $100 Leaders Club as well. Like he said, if anybody is willing to commit to a donation of either $100, $50, $25, $10, we've got clubs that are catering for all that. Once you are within those clubs, you can then officially be remitting your contributions every month. We are trying to oil the wheels of our baby CC. Baby CC can only start walking when we have oiled the baby. So you and me, I am encouraging those who can donate today. There's a link right at the top there. You just go into that link. You can either use a PayPal as a payment, or you can go where it says donate with a card and use that method, and you can make your donation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mambo Soshe, for that. From our co-host and Mambo Soshe, we'll go to Shami.
Hello. Okay, great. Thank you so much, hosts, for this lovely spaces, and we learned so much. And VPBT has such an amazing sense of humor, so Tangati Seka along the way. In one of those posts in the club, yeah, $100 a month. So I am making my donation today because January, October. So I don't want the month to lapse without me making my donation. And I just want to say makorokoro to all of us, my citizens, for this new baby, Sharwa. And we're going to do our very best to keep this baby alive and well and healthy and thriving all the way to the State House. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shami. From Shami, we go to Shumba. Shumba Mtasa, can you go ahead? If we give you a mic, would you kindly speak right away, or we'll move on to the next one? So we'll go to Sumed
Hello.
Okay, go ahead, Shumba. Sumed,
Thank you very
kindly
much.
wait.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Congratulations for the new baby. I just want to encourage everyone for the forthcoming by-elections which are coming. Let's not sleep. Let's guide our vote. At least 100 meters, my youth, Tiwetirumuma polling stations, and agents to remain watchful, and we need to be vigilant, because this is our way to start. This is our point of evaluating ourselves and see how effective we are. So let's take serious this by-election so that we send a good message to ZANU-PF and its surrogates. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shumba Mtasa. Let's go to Samed.
Thank you so much, host and co-host. I'm Sumit Patoye from India. Nice to meet you all, friend. I support you 100%. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Samed. From Samed, we go to Shami, not the first one, but the second one, Shami MK.
Hi, everyone. Just thank you so much for having us in this space. And this is such a wonderful time. Yellow is a beautiful color. It looks good on us. It looks amazing. And I just want to say I am on this $100 monthly club, and I'll be subscribing my $100, my weapon every single month. And I would like to put in my $100 today for January. And congratulations, and we're really excited to get into this and let's get moving. You know, it's time for change. VP Latawarakuti, this is Shanduko transformation, and it's just so refreshing. It's so exciting to move into this, and 2023 is looking bright. So let's keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shami, for your generous donation. And thank you for being part of the 100 Club. As you can see, others who are on this platform, this is actually a club that is well functioning, as the co-host has said. So thank you all the $100 club leaders who are here. From there, we go to Tapiwa Mtana.
Okay, thank you, host. Yeah, I think the excitement is everywhere. Everyone is excited about the new organization. And I'm also looking forward to actually see how we're going to fare in the by-elections going into 2023. And I hope that we continue the momentum, and we mustn't tire as we go forward. One thing that I'm actually going to ask from the top leadership to everyone is transparency, where we have to be as transparent as possible with all the members, even the foot soldiers. Everyone who is on the ground would need to know what the leadership is saying and the leadership is doing. whether it's from decision making, whether it's fund related. When we have those solid foundations, I think we have started on a good foot, and there is hope for us to actually succeed and see the country that we want to see. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tapiwa. Let's go to Siswile. Siswile, unmute and go ahead.
Hello, everyone. You can hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. I would like to thank you, everyone, and for allowing me to get into the space. What I would like to say is that we are seeing the new baby, and the way that it has been welcomed is very exciting, and we hope that it will grow, and then 2023 we need to dislodge this monster that has been with us for some time. And I think our leaders, they need to get united, and as members of the new baby, we need to really work hard to make sure that we win come 2023. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Siswile. From Siswile, let's go to Oscar. Oscar, go ahead. It looks like Oscar can't speak. We can't hear Oscar. From Oscar, can we go to Noah Chinyanga?
Hello, everybody. Good day to you all. Thank you very much for giving me this chance to speak. My contribution today is, I've been on this space that's hosted by a certain Tariq. Hopewell can also attest to that. What I gathered from these guys, Tariq is an American-based journalist. He's also a very influential figure, and he's got spaces that will have close to almost 25 to 30,000 people. So he is indeed very influential. The message that he was spreading was sort of xenophobic, or it is xenophobic in the sense that his question was, why do we have to accept foreign nationals within our own communities? We don't need them. They must go back and fix their own country. The trend for us Zimbabweans has always been to get out and leave and start our lives elsewhere, but it hasn't really worked out quite well for most diasporans, and everybody's desire is to go back home. So if this trend is starting in a country like the United States, which has always been the emblem of hope and always has been the land of opportunities, it means it will spread everywhere else easily. We know it has happened in South Africa. It's going to happen in South Africa. It's going to happen almost everywhere, where we'll always be looked down upon. I've also had experience. I'm actually based in Australia. I've had experience with parents, with people that have raised children here, and they've lost those children completely, because when we come to the diaspora, we tend to slave ourselves. We commit ourselves to our jobs. We do not commit ourselves to our children. In the end, we lose that family fabric because we do not have that family support system back home, where the child is everyone's child, is a community child. Whatever happens to your child today, somebody will also, will look out for the child. Here is totally different. It's just you and your family. So we are in the wilderness. We are lost. We need to go back home and, restore our own national identity, to restore our national pride. That's one thing that I need to point out. So the second thing for my admission is that I used to stay in South Africa for about 10 years. I know and I've experienced with exactly what has happened in South Africa. But I also know that there is a huge resource base in South Africa that needs to be harnessed. So my request to whoever is responsible for resource mobilization is, please tap into the South African community. If you can get, from people a 10 rand, 20 rand contribution into the coffers of the party, that would be great. But that comes from putting grassroots organization on the ground. Areas like Western Cape, I have contacts around those areas, people that can really, really mobilize, generate the excitement, get people together and speak towards the idea of voting and contributing to the struggle, not just, merely casting a vote. We don't know what's going to happen to diasporans in South Africa because their visas, most of them have expired. The majority, I will say a good 90% of people down in South Africa, they do not have working permits, so they're there illegally. And I know and I feel that there's going to be a very hard clampdown on foreign nationals. So it is a great opportunity right now to harness that resource space and get it on. Then my last contribution is I would like to be part of the 100 Club as well. So I don't know who is responsible and if they can maybe hook me up and lift me up, and so that I can be part of that group. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you, my brother. Send me a DM and I will add you into the $100 club, or you can send a DM to the host. They can do the same. Looking forward to working with you. Do not fear or hesitate, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take personal responsibility for this. Let's take responsibility. We take, I don't know how to say it, but if we take it as mine, not as his or their party, that personal responsibility will deliver us to the State House. Thank you.
Thank you so much, co-host, for that. We send you a hello so that you can be able to contact us, and also so that we can remember. Thank you for your wonderful contributions. We'll go to Mr. Ziwa.
Thank you very much, Leader and everyone else. I think I'm excited to be on this platform. It is important, I think, like what the President said on the launch of the party, that this is our own initiative. We must own it. Let's drive it. No one else is going to drive it on behalf of us Zimbabweans. So we need to stand up and be counted and contribute in any way we can. I am also a member of the 100 Club Monthly, and I've just made my contribution now, and I'm excited. Maybe two leadership calls. The gentleman who just spoke now, I am Xavier, I'm based in South Africa. I think he mentioned about potential links in South Africa, or whether it may be, you can also, once you've gotten details, you can also link with me, with him, then I can also then link with him with our structures. Acting Deputy Provincial Secretary for South African Province, so we can then see how we can leverage on what you are saying. So I'll get maybe the details through leadership or leadership. You can also give the gentleman my contact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ziwa. I'll make sure that that's done. Thank you so much. From Mr. Ziwa, whom we thank for a generous donation, we would like to go to Muzilikazi.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hi, good day, guys. Vanavevu, I hope I'm saying correctly. I'm Devele Sanmonani. You know what? I'm glad you guys did a change. And look, you need to be innovative and change to survive. You know, I'd like to give advice to the top leadership to say, I'm in South Africa and I work in a corporate company, and I'm in lower chain of the corporate company, but I've learned quite a lot, as much as the other guys who are in the diaspora. And one thing I've learned is that the diaspora is your key component to winning these elections. There is experience out there that is craving to contribute. It's just a matter of putting a structure out there and implementing it. For example, in my part, I do social media stuff like it's called AdSense. Well, I make money from social media, and I own two of the biggest pages in South Africa, though I keep silent as an unknown person. So I feel your reach. I feel you guys need to really create a war room. That's what I call it with my friends. You need to create a social war room whereby you really reach out to people. Look, I checked your trends today. Close to 30,000 interactions for the Yellow Friday. Well done. We can improve on that. I feel like the bottom up structure that you're mentioning, it's a good idea. There's a guy who mentioned, let's start from the constituencies. If you want people to feel belonging to the CC or to have an interaction to the CC, I feel like give us the guys who are representing us in the constituencies. If it's a guy in, let me take it from my hometown in Bulawayo, if it's a guy from Pumula, whatever the area is, he needs to reach out. He needs to go into his Facebook. He needs to gather people who are within that area. So, for example, using the infamous Put South Africa First, they trend every day. I don't like them. They trend every day, but that part they got right. So we need to stretch it from Friday to every day with a topic. It can be, for example, a Monday, share your hustle experience, share your picture of yourself going to work, whatever it is, get a trend happening. It doesn't need to be political every time. Once we get the traction going through, people know that the algorithm will put them through to the spaces. So Facebook is very powerful. Majority of people are on Facebook. It's where we need to target. But all I'm saying is that we need a process. In the companies that I've been in, investors, white people, whatever, which we need, guys, by the way, that's my own personal point of view. They believe in process. If you guys show process, you will get the contributions coming through. Either backdoor, whatever the case is, you'll get the contributions coming through. You just need to show some process, and then we can start and go somewhere. But look, great initiative, good start. I'll try and do my contributions also. It's January, guys, but I'll make sure I do a contribution of $100. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Silikas, for that. And I think the head of fundraising, Mr. Washington, would like to thank you personally. So go ahead, Mr. Washington.
Thank you, my brother. We're looking for ideas. I think that the VP mentioned it. I'm going to mention it again. We are creating a network. We are creating databases. We are bringing all Zimbabweans who are in diaspora together via was closed, my brother. If you can open it or DM me, we can go far. I just want to thank you for that, and I'm gonna leave it to the next speaker. But let's follow one another. Let's follow one another. Our network is our net worth. So let's look at that and let's follow one another. Let's follow our CC. Let's follow that CC. We need that to grow because we need that to reach the whole of diaspora. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know that he also talked about a war room, about us establishing a war room, but in our movement, we decided not to call it a war room, but an action room. So in case you might not hear about a war room, it doesn't mean that we won't be doing similar activities, but we'll be using what we call an action room. Thank you so much. From yourself, we'll go to Stuart Msarapasi.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm sure I'm audible here. My contribution is not all that long, it's short. I was in one of the space in the afternoon. It was called Yellow Friday. So I'm sure if it wasn't mentioned, I will mention it here because I realized it was so important. You realize what happened last election. There was a time when people were receiving very funny WhatsApp messages or text messages like indini ningi ningi wemu constituents menu ndinokumbira kuti muite voti yenyu, something like that. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying about. So take baitaura nyaya yekunzi this is a new baby, a new party. Yes, we have got the capacity of making everyone know it, but also to maybe the communication department within the city party. Waigona kuita fanga maitiro anoita Studio 7 poitwa text message or whatsoever chinenge chakakura zvakanyanya zvokuti chinongo a campaigning material yekuti inokwanisa kuita accessible, be it in Shona or in vernacular languages, Shona, Ndebele, etc. Chichingomwaiwa. Why? Because wana gogo wedu nana mama wedu right now as we speak kumamisha, a lot of people wawe accessibility kunana WhatsApp and all that kind of stuff. So it is gonna help a long way. Why that point was contributed. Kuti tibvise kutya kuchiri muma voters edu, especially vari kumamisha. Wachine ikutaurirwa kuya kwekuti ukapinda muballot mune makamera arimo, ID yako inozikanwa, something like that. So we want something chiri aggressive from the communication department. Inoita kuti vanhu vazive, vadzokorodze kuyeuchidzwa kuti aiwa voti yako iright yako. That's the first thing. The second thing, kana wapinda mubox hauna munhu ari kukuona imomo, izvo hazvidi rari. We can still make use. We are now in the 5G technology now. So the communication department, what it still do is to make it known by everyone, especially the rural constituents. So my submission is that department, can it help us to spread anogona my text message madiki or mahombe or something like that, and the assurance it is your right. Hakuna anokurowa, hakuna ID inokepchwa, unoenda wega, hauende nasabhuku, you'll be alone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Stuart Sarapasi. I understand that yourself, you run a radio station. I don't know if you still do, but you used to run a radio station in the past. So just DM us so that we can see how we can work with you. Thank you so much. From Mr. Msarapasi, we'll go to Smartest.
Thank you, host. Thank you, my brother Washington. I just wanted to say hello to everyone. Good to see Dr. So yeah, I just want to say congratulations to the citizens. I'm so glad to be part of this family. So host, I have sent my message to your inbox. If you could please add me to the $100 club starting this month. I've been making contributions. For me, I was making weekly contributions, but I didn't have a set amount. but I want to be part of the winning team. So if you could please add me to the
Thank you. We are losing you, Smartest, but I've seen your message and I think I have responded to it. You are going to be part of the Leaders Club that contributes $100 a month. Thank you so much for that. And many more of you are welcome to join the club. The bigger the number, the smaller the donor fatigue. So if we all contribute, if 100,000 people contribute instead of 10,000, a lot of difference will be made. Thank you for that. From there, we'll go to Colin. Colin Zengeni, can you go ahead?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to say something on this space. Firstly, I want to talk about, because I'm based here in Europe, and there's something which I'm seeing here which needs some improvement to our leaders. When it comes to donations, we have a European WhatsApp group. I've never seen our leaders encouraging people to donate. You know, so as a person who is following this revolution or this party, I expect leaders to constantly encourage people. Please donate. These are the advantages of donating. What is it about donating? Because we have some people who are just in the group or in the political party, but they don't know the essence of donating. So I know here on this platform, we have some people who might be able to talk to our leaders here in Europe so that they constantly encourage people to donate, constantly teach people how to donate, they constantly teach people, they know how, why we are donating money. That's the first thing I want to say. Then secondly, I understand here we have our leaders for CCC. You know, there's one thing which I want to say. You know, our leaders, let's say, for example, if I text, let's say our VP, I put maybe something into his inbox, they don't answer. You know, it puts off people at pass, you know. And what I've discovered is, let's say, for example, I'm not trying to say something wrong, maybe try to point fingers or what. Let's say I'm the VP. If Hopo Shimono says something, you see the VP putting a like on Hopo Shimono's tweet. But for me, a person in the village, he doesn't put a tweet. You understand? That shows with even one person maybe it's an elite thing. It's for the elite. Meaning, if I was a leader of our party, on the top hierarchy, I would leave them and try to entertain them or pass. If I send a message to our Secretary General, this is my idea, he should try to entertain them or pass. Because, for example, if I send a message to our Secretary General, if he answers me, that will go a long way. Even 6-7 months, I will be saying, oh, okay, my idea was recognized. You know, like I managed to speak with SG. You know, this you know, like power or encouragement in me. They're good to know I'm part of this. So I think our leaders must try to entertain the people who are, you know, those common people in the party. But from what I've seen, and they don't entertain. If you say something, if you take them, they don't entertain you. And people, donations, people, they end up saying, no, let's just let them donate, let them do it their thing, because it's for the elite. But they should try to say, okay, this nigga from Mutora Shanga, from Chendambuya, he sent me a message, try to entertain that person, so that person will feel encouraged. You understand? So I think that's the only thing I've seen which is lacking in our party. And for example, me, I've texted someone in our party last year, trying to put my message or something, and I forgot to know party. Up to now, I haven't received a message back. So I just said to myself, oh, maybe Nabasa. You understand? So let's try to avoid or try to not to entertain kungoti ndiprofesa mumwe vataura saka ndofana kudai because those people they don't vote. We are the people who vote, and vanhu vari kunana chena mbuya budiriro Glenview, those are the people who vote. So let's try to entertain them when they say something. Let's try to answer them, not to entertain on our soro because on our soro I don't know. I think that if we can try to improve on that, that will help. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Colin. So fortunately, I'm also part of the EU leadership, so we'll get in touch and redress your issues since you're already in the groups. I'm going to send a message on the groups. Then we can take the discussion from there. That's from the EU side. Then from the leadership side, where the people don't answer questions. Definitely the idea of citizens. That's why we are talking of the bottom-up approach, where the citizens are at the center and the citizens are the ones who are supposed to have a voice, not the leadership. So basically, what I can just say is your ideas, when we get in touch with you, can you resubmit your ideas, and we'll make sure that your ideas are listened to and your ideas gain traction. And if anyone on this platform feels that they are unheard, send us a DM. I think all those who send us DMs, most of you, we have replied to you already. Send us a DM. We'll take your ideas very seriously, ensure that they are implemented. However, you mentioned Koma Opo when in your speech. So he requested a mic whilst you were speaking. I guess he wants to support or answer you, or he wants to contribute to what you have been saying. So we'll give him a chance. Go ahead, Mkoma Opo.
Good evening, everybody. On this Yellow Friday discussion, it's a good thing that everyone who is here is engaged with what's happening in their country. I can see a lot of young people, and we encourage that. It's a very good thing. Since it's a citizens movement, young people should get engaged and participate, because they are trying to fix their future. You know, today's young people who are 25 might think that this is not important, but in 30 years' time, they will be needing pensions. If they don't vote and participate today, those pensions will not be available. 25 years ago, I was 25 years old. Today, I'm 50. In 15 years' time, I'll be a pensioner. And those who did not invest in working hard towards the political process, when we were 25, today they are 50. Some don't even have homes. Some at my age are still staying with their parents or in their parents' home. And so those are the tragedies of life if you don't participate in politics. I've seen a lot of people complain about the quality of people that are sent to parliament or to council. Again, a lot of educated, or what I would call middle class or elite Zimbabweans, they think that politics is for rascals. But the cost of not participating in politics is that you'll be governed by your minors. You'll be governed by your inferiors, the chinotibas of this world. They will govern you, because if you think that politics is not for people like you, it's beneath you, then that's what will happen. You will not have water in your homes. Your children will not have access to the job market. You won't have good hospitals. Today, I've just tweeted that Harare Hospital and now called Salim Gabe Hospital, which is the biggest hospital in the country, contrary to what people think. Paranyatwa is not the biggest. It's a group of hospitals in Anakaguvi and so forth. But anyway, for the purposes of what I want to say, Paranyatwa and Harare Hospital, they are only having surgery once a week, and it's only given to those cases that are deemed to be emergency cases. In the past, it used to happen every day. And that is the cost of not participating in politics, because the thugs, the looters, the plunderers that are taking money out of the taxpayers' coffers and that are taking your natural resources, the gold, the diamonds. They don't give a hoot, because if they feel sick, they go to China, they go to India, they go to South Africa, they go to Dubai. You and I are subjected to a system that does not work. So that is the importance of participating in politics. Now, I want to come to what my brother Colin was talking about. Colin, what I did when you were talking about the issue of not responding to ordinary people, I first went to check my inbox and I realized that you wrote to me on the 20th of April 2020 and I did not respond. My apologies to that. Speaking for myself, I get hundreds of messages every day, and it becomes very difficult, to attend to every message. But it's different for politicians. Politicians are seeking your votes. They have to be proactive. But then some of them, are working. They are juggling so many things. I will give you an example of a system that I'm well acquainted of, which is the British system. Members of Parliament, they have assistants who attend to each and every message. But this country is so dysfunctional that those things don't happen. But since this is something new, Triple C, I think it's something that you need to write down, host, and inform the leaders that this is an important thing to do, because some of the messages are very important. Some are offering to participate in things that will enhance the brand, that will enhance the fight for democracy. So it's important that messages are screened, and I think it's also important to have a WhatsApp number. That's what I've eventually done, because I realized that inboxes are so cluttered, from Facebook to Instagram to Twitter. So I've set up a WhatsApp number, and that WhatsApp number, I actually tweeted it today. If you go to my timeline today, about 5 or 6 tweets down, you will see the WhatsApp number. So I make sure that every evening I go through every WhatsApp, and those that need my attention, I attend to them. I look at the videos, the pictures that would have been. So most of the stuff that you see me posting, it's stuff that is coming from citizens themselves, from communities, people saying, look at our road, look at our bridge. And it's important for me as a journalist to do that. Now, the other issue that has been raised, which is very important, that was raised by Colin, is the issue of leaders. I've also raised this issue. When citizens go and set up initiatives of fundraising for the party, they are making the work of the leaders much easier for the leaders. The very least the leaders can do is to retweet those links. There's a group of citizens that set up a GoFund initiative for the March 26 elections. In 12 days, it raised only £850. And I asked the Vice President Tendai Biti to come on a space. In 2 hours, it raised over £2,000 because it became visible. There was a leader who was there and talking about issues, and we constantly emphasized to people that they needed to retweet it, and it's important for Triple C to understand that they don't have a radio station. ZANU PF has got 12 radio stations. They don't have a newspaper. ZANU PF has got 12 to 14 newspapers. They don't have a TV station. ZANU PF runs the only TV station in the country. The only thing that Triple C has is word of mouth and social media. So leaders of Triple C should use social media to really use it in a sense that every day we should be seeing the things that really matter. They should stop posting nonsense on their timelines. They are leaders. They should stop posting jokes on their timelines. They are leaders. We want to see the links for the PayPal. We want to see the links for the Go Fund initiatives for the elections. These are so important because, as Colin rightly said, if I am a supporter and I don't see an initiative on my leader's timeline, I assume that it's somebody else who set it up and it's not important because my leader is not posting it. But if I see the leader of the party, the deputy leaders of the party, the SG, the spokesperson, the chairmen, the vice chairmen, the members of parliament, posting these things, then I feel energized to contribute. I saw what guys did with the car and what you guys are doing, host, especially the European community. You are very proactive. At some point you had about 2,000 people listening to you, because I saw you start some time ago with 40 people, and you grew to 100 people, and you grew to 500, and now you're in your thousands. Is because of that perseverance. So this is what the leaders need to do, the leaders here in Harare. If I were to advise, I would say there should be a space every day. It doesn't matter whether it's got 40 people or 100 people. If it's recorded, people will come back tomorrow and listen to it. I think we had about 5,000 people with VP Biti. The highest was about 5,000 people when we spoke to him a couple of days ago. But if you go to that space, when I checked 2 days ago, over 60,000 people had listened to it. So leaders must understand that we need to know what's happening in their communities. We need to know their plans for their election campaigns, those that are participating in the 26 March by-elections. We need to see the posters, all the leaders, even those that are not participating in by-elections. We expect to see them posting the posters for their colleagues. We need to see that. I was looking, I have to be serious about this. I was looking at some of the MPs that are in the heart of the urban areas. I don't even see their Twitter accounts. And I'm wondering, how do you become a member of parliament for an urban area and you don't have a Twitter account? The MDC should have an official Facebook account now, which has got 1 million people. Hichilema had about over 1 million people on Facebook when he was the opposition leader. And he continues even when he's the president to engage, because communication is important. ZANU-PF, as I said, has got an array of media institutions that it uses and abuses because they're state-owned, and some of them, they're public media. They are in communities in rural areas doing footwork. We need to see that being done by the Triple C leaders, and because the citizens are doing it themselves. So it's important for them to do that. We want to see an Instagram account which is active for Triple C. If they don't have one, I haven't seen one, they should set it up now. We need to see daily posts on Instagram. We want to see the videos of how our people are living and struggling. We need to see videos of how people are struggling at hospitals. We need to go to their official Facebook account, not one set up by supporters. There must be an official Facebook account which is blue ticked for Triple C, and it must post stuff every day. There's just so much stuff that is happening. Sometimes I go through the videos that are sent to me, and I can't post everything. But this is a political movement. It must do that. They're doing well on Twitter, but they must go to other platforms. If there is a way, there are young people like Jessica, they should even take it to TikTok and do these things, because the young people have to be engaged. Don't expect them to come to Twitter. Young people won't come to Twitter. Go to the platforms that they do their stuff on. That's the most important thing. And I want to thank you again, Triple C Diaspora. You're doing great stuff, and we will always support you with whatever we can. A lot of people have asked me this question. You are a journalist. Have you chosen a political party? And my answer is always to say, I'm opposed to ZANU-PF tyrannical and corrupt rule. I will support any movement that has a potential of removing corrupt rule. You cannot be neutral when 2,500 people are dying every day. 2,500 women are dying every year because we do not have maternity theaters. You cannot be neutral when children don't have books in schools. You cannot be neutral when the youth do not have jobs. You cannot be neutral in the face of roads that are potholed. So I hope that question is answered. I will support any movement that will bring change. I suffer myself because I don't get clean drinking water. I suffer myself because I get intermittent ZESA. It has cost me over $25,000 to have a solar system that works. It's money I could have used to do other things. So I have a right to choose a political movement that will provide a decent life, not just to me, but to everyone else. I'd like to thank you all. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing, and keep on keeping.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We take a lot of wisdom from the words and from your experience as well. And indeed, you mentioned about Instagram and TikTok. I think those were created yesterday or something. We are yet to advertise them, like for the diaspora, because we want to be doing those Instagram lives for the youth. And also some TikTok videos. For those who were following our content today, there's a period when we posted a number of videos from the EU, where our youth leader in the EU was actually did a TikTok video, or the first TikTok video for the account that was created. So definitely, we are going to try and make use of all the advice and all the ideas that we are getting right here. Thank you so much, Koma Wepo. There was Kudakwashe, but it looks like he has dropped. He had been here longer. So I'll go to Victor.
Host, before Victor speaks, can I just acknowledge some of the leadership who are here, some of the dignitaries who are here. I'm told Grant Morgans is on the space. He's one of my favorites as well. I listened to him when he was being interviewed by my brother Hopewell. Just want to acknowledge him. Thank you very much. My brother Victor, you can go ahead and take the mic.
Oh yeah, thank you very much for giving me this chance to speak. Yeah, unfortunately, I just joined now. I didn't hear Vice President Tendai Biti speaking, but I'm in the diaspora. I'm a diaspora, and I live in the United Kingdom. My young brother Wopro knows me very well. Mukwasha wangu, he knows what I'm talking about. He knows me very well when I'm to Wopro Mukwasha wangu. And ndakagara naye a lot here in the United Kingdom. Anyway, I just want to highlight the diaspora remittance. Right now, I'm devastated. I've got a house here in the United Kingdom, which is worth about £320,000. And I'm trying to sell it, and I want to remortgage or whatever. And I'm being told by my mortgage broker that because of the diaspora remittances that you do to Zimbabwe, because I gave them all my details, then they say that you send money to Zimbabwe. What through you send money through World Remit? What do you send money through World Remit for? Then I said, I've got a small farm that has got nothing to do with Hondo Minda and that sort of thing in Bindura, my homestead. And they said, okay, fine. But right now, about 2 days ago, I received a message from my broker that they cannot lend me the money, about £190,000 that I wanted, because of the money that I sent to Zimbabwe. I mean, the remittance that I make through World Remit. So I'm very devastated, and I can send you the email, but I only trust Hopewell. I will send it to Hopewell, the email, that my mortgage broker sent me this after 2 days ago, that we cannot lend you the £190,000 that you want because of the money you sent to Zimbabwe through World Remit. So I'm very disappointed. I support our brothers in Zimbabwe. And the last space that Mayam Mkwasha Hopo hosted 2 days ago, I think Hopo, I tried to donate money, but the link was not allowing me to do it. But I'll keep on trying. But I think I'll send an inbox to Hopo, and I want to donate money. I don't want to waste people's time. I think I'm a very critic of the junta regime in Harare, and they know me very well. And I've got my own political party, and we are not going to contest against our brothers, the CCC. We are against the junta, ZANU-PF. And as far as we are concerned, in 2023, we are going to be the main opposition party, and the junta is going to be a former ruling party. So I don't want to say much, but I just want to make it quite clear that I want to donate through the CCC. I can do it personally, not as a political party, but personally, I've got money to donate. I've done it before, and I've done it before, so I can do it again. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your generous offer. And we hope Mkoma Hopo, we're in touch. When you get in touch with Mr. Victor, you can then talk to us on further engagement regarding his offer. Thank you so much, Mr. Victor, and we are sorry about the unhappy experience you had with your broker. We are sorry to hear that, and we hope that those matters will be resolved. Thank you so much. From Mr. Victor, we'll go to Mohammed Tawanda. Mohammed Tawanda, can you unmute and go ahead? It looks like Mohammed can't speak. Let's go to Mike. Mike, can you go ahead?
Thank you so much. I don't know if you can hear me very well.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I have a very small request here. Since we're approaching the by-elections, which will be in about 8 weeks, so if we can be able to try and be able to reach out to all the councillors first, and then the people's president, we haven't seen him quite very long here on the spaces. So he can just come here and attend, maybe just as listeners. It can also encourage a lot of people here, because, you know, Opel has done a space, and then we've seen a lot of number of people coming in to join the space as well. So it was an encouragement. So we also want the president, maybe the first part will be with the councillors, or the ones that are going for by-elections. Then the second space also he needs to attend also is the one that goes for councillors, for MPs as well. So it will boost the confidence of the people that the president is also coming to listen, even when he's not participating in the ones go answering all the questions that might be raised by people here. And then the last thing, you know, I joined the space when John Musara was here. And then he went on to ask a very simple, very stupid question about the sanctions. You know, I just want to try to give them a little bit of some advice, because, you know, this is a new baby, which want to bring a different dimension of the whole political system in Zimbabwe. We want to bring a different political culture in Zimbabwe, where citizens are going to do something for the country, because we are having Zimbabwe at heart. So if in ZANU-PF you don't change, you the youth people in ZANU-PF don't change ZANU-PF, what we are going to be doing here for CCC is going to force you to change also in ZANU-PF, because we'll be doing something that is very great. So that is all I have for this afternoon. Sorry, my voice is a little bit off because I'm sick, but that is all I have for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and get well soon. We hope your voice will return to the condition that you really want. Thank you so much for that. And on the by-elections, as all of you have said, there was a suggestion from Komahop that these spaces need to be every day. Now there's a suggestion about by-elections. What I can tell you is there is actually a plan that all the candidates for by-elections will actually come on these spaces. Because the time is short, they won't be coming like a few individuals, but we'll bring them in batches. So let's say an MP and his councillors, and we'll be doing that over a period of time, so that at least they can come and share with you their plans and everything, and also what they need, and we can also help them right here. So definitely, the frequency, when we began, we're doing every Saturday. By the way, this is our 50th week after we opened this account. And every week we have been bringing one guest. And I think this week we actually had something like 4 or 5 spaces in this week. So we are going to do our best to ensure that we bring you more of these spaces. So thank you for that. From there, I will go to those who haven't spoken first, then I will come back to my brothers who spoke earlier. So we'll start with God Knows, then we go to Varis. God Knows, go ahead. God Knows, are you there? It seems like God Knows can't speak. Varis, can you go ahead?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, firstly, I like to say that I'm a Put South African First advocate. Yeah, well, I'm one of these people that you see here on Twitter that you are allegedly saying that we are spreading xenophobia. But I believe that from the conversation that Put South Africa First put forward, I somehow feel like the Citizen Coalition for Change was it was birthed from what Put South Africa First was saying. Like, it's how I feel. I feel like we did something good. I can hear most people say we are xenophobic, but that's not the case. We've been so welcoming to you people, and we're very, I just wanted to say we're very happy. We can see that Zimbabwe, this coming 10 years, Zimbabwe is going to be a changed nation with the progress that you are making right now. I just wanted to say that we can see the strides that you are taking for Zimbabwe. Thank you. That's all that I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, all the way from South Africa. We appreciate your presence, my brother, and we are glad to hear that yourself and others like you are very welcoming to us in our time of difficulty. So thank you so much. From Varis, we'll go to Francis. Francis, can you talk?
Yes, thank you very much for affording me this opportunity to speak. I've listened quite a lot in terms of the initiatives that are actually meant to help towards our emancipation. Whether you are in diaspora or you are actually back home in Zimbabwe, we all are yearning for the same thing. I just wanted to say something that's always intrigues me. It's to do with the rural communities. As diaspora, I think this constituents, which the Zimbabweans have, is actually being underutilized in terms of how much we can do for those communities. There is a lot of potential if we are organized properly. Possibly we need to organize ourselves, but we also need the leadership from back home, from the CC, that actually gives us the direction in terms of where we are heading to, so that we can actually be paired with those branches in the rural areas. I know for the 26 March elections, some of them are not managing to raise enough resources as compared to some of the urban constituencies. So we also need to be looking at those people who actually need our support, so that we can actually focus on those and support them, That's what I just wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Francis. That's exactly what we are trying to do. As you can see that we do a lot of fundraising on this platform. It is because we understand the plight of our comrades on the ground. So what we are doing, we are actually doing a needs analysis to see which candidates have got or which candidates are weak financially, and we are trying to assist those first. And one way of assisting them is like if we have a printer for posters, whether you are from a rich constituency or from a poor constituency, you can have election basics like the posters. That's why when we come and we say we are fundraising for a poster printer, it's so that the rural MP, the rural councillor who want to contest, they can just get the posters at a lower rate, even if it means we can come here and fundraise for a couple of dollars to help them buy the bond paper or any kind of paper. Then that's what we are doing here. That's why we encourage you to join these $100 clubs, the $10 clubs, the $25 clubs, so that it will be easy for us to help those comrades. So definitely when they come, we hope you'll be there on their space, because we are actually going to have a space with the raw councillors, raw MPs, and all those who are outside of the urban centers. Right now, they are our priority. So keep following, and you will see that they will be coming right here. Thank you for that. From yourself, we'll go to Ndabazezwe Viki. Thank you for coming, my brother. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, citizens. I'm sorry I missed the Honorable Tendai Biti. I wish I was there. However, following to what is being said here, I would like to thank everyone for committing themselves to the struggle. That's a wonderful job being done. I'll remind us that we need to ignore people who brings, we need to ignore people who bring the sanctions mantra into the citizens forum. And at the same time, let us be clear to them that this forum has some more serious business. We don't entertain sanctions in this platform. On this platform, we are more concerned about regime change. Regime change has taken another level. That's what we have to tell them. If they need sanctions to be addressed, there is another platform that they can direct their questions to, which is Pollard. And as CCC, they have to excuse us on sanctions, because in their belief, sanctions was called by MTC, which is not us. If they need sanctions to be addressed, they should talk to Monzora and ED. Their ED even engaged a foreign firm to lobby against sanctions. If they are coming here, they can only come maybe to give us an account on how the taxpayers' money is being used and what are the benefits we are getting for that lobby. Secondly, I would like to talk about communication. We have to bear in mind
Hello,
that most
fellow
of our
comrades.
I heard someone talking.
You can continue. Let's not talk over anyone, please. Let's respect whoever is speaking, and we speak when our chance is due. Thank you very much. You can go ahead.
Thank you. I was saying, in terms of communication, we have to bear in mind that most of our citizens are not on Twitter. They use phones, maybe WhatsApp, Instagram, and the like. But at the same time, people back home have challenges about data. Why can't we set up some committees under communications department who will take this message to Voice of America on daily basis? I doubt if we can approach VOA, they can refuse us a slot where we air whatsoever we have, because most of our people have access to VOA. That's another avenue we can use, because ZANU-PF uses ZPC for whatsoever they want to communicate. So let's also take advantage of VOA. We can use that. That's the contribution I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vicky. Your contributions are welcome as usual. I can see a number of unmuted speakers. Can you kindly mute? Maybe let's start with Samim, since you're already unmuted. Samim Akhtar, can you unmute and speak? Okay, it looks like Samim can't speak. So we'll remove him from the speakers. Let's go to Musirikazi. You wrote a message a while ago asking to address something.
Hi guys, am I audible?
Yes, you're
sorry.
audible.
Yes, sorry, I'm speaking for the second time. So I wanted to address the issue of there's a gentleman who came through. I couldn't keep track of the names. Sorry guys, being honest, I'm drinking and being happy listening to this. But anyway, the issue of small people putting through ideas to the top leadership of the CCC, it is a frustration, yes, at the beginning, right now, as we speak, yes. But I think these forums, what you guys are doing, the leadership and Hopewell are doing, is a reach out for help. I want to repeat that. The yellow flag is reaching out for help to the diaspora. So at the moment, there will be issues, yes, like Uguti, your voice is not being retweeted and stuff like that. But with time, it will come through to play. So I want to give a big up to Hopewell. Baba, you're doing well. You just need some assistance also from us outside. How? Because the only thing Hopewell is asking for is traction. Traction being he's asking for his message or for the CC message or for the change message to move through quicker. We don't have time. We don't have time. So the smaller things like how people were nominated, change, who's next to come through. Yes, it's tangible questions. But at the moment, what we need to do is to change the leadership as Zimbabwe. I repeat, guys, what we need now is to change the leadership as Zimbabwe. We can address the CC on their faults afterwards. It's a haphazard issue. It's not pure, it's not perfect, guys. We can address the issues afterwards. I'm a Ndebele guy. I'm one of those people who feel like, yes, there's issues with traction in Matebele land. I agree. I've got my own personal issues. I'll address them afterwards. All I want to do is I want people with the same spec of mind at the moment to be in rulership. So sorry for my English. Rulership is another word. But anyway, all I'm saying is that let's do the change first, guys. Let's assist these guys to do the change first. So to answer the guys who were asking this, I think there's 3 guys. This is to the leadership. The issue is interaction is required with the smaller guys. And I reiterate my point that I made earlier, that your nominations in the smaller provincial areas, they need to do more traction quickly. By election, we can have some losses. Yes, it's fine. But a main election, that's our main target. We need to change that part going forward. So for Hopewell, as for my side, people say, yes, smaller people can't be heard. I spoke earlier, the co-host, it's Washington Ali Badara, he reached out to me immediately. He heard the message, he reached out to me. It will take time. I think for now, let's change the leadership. Guys, let's stop with the small questions about small elections, how who got nominated where. I'm not happy in South Africa. I'm Debele. We've got a perception that we belong in South Africa. Well, we've been told we don't belong here. I get more reception from my Shona people, the guys who do deliveries here. They, whenever I say Mona Wave, they smile. This guy smiled to the biggest pro. Then I realized, no, man, these are my people. This is home, but they're not at home. You understand? So I retracted myself. I'm basically saying this to my Midlands people, guys. For now, let's do a change. We can come up with small ideas. I came up with an idea now, whereby someone came up with an idea saying the South African diaspora is the main entity, the main key for ECC to grow. Yeah, I agree with him. And I came up with an idea with small people who deliver around here. I won't lie, like what South Africa people say, 95% of these people who do deliveries, who do service, is Zimbabweans. If these guys can be reached out to say when they deliver, guy, I'm delivering, do you know about CC? Please, can you tip me with 10 rands? It's a contribution to change Sekaya. It's an immediate contribution. We need robust ideas, guys. I'm being honest, we need robust ideas, but I'll reach out to the co-host, Washington Ali, as requested. Let's put ideas through. Let's do the change first. We'll deal with the CC later. If they've got faults, we'll deal with them later. They'll understand. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll go to Mohammed Tawanda.
Sanbonani, greetings to everyone. Thank you for the platform. I would like to ask just 2 questions. What is the CCC plan to protect and tackle the post-election war that might erupt as the junta will resist surrender to power, as we noticed from the previous elections? And the next question, as a 23-year-old in diaspora, I would also like to ask on behalf of my fellow youth, how the CCC is going to protect the right to vote. We need assurance on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's good to hear that you are taking serious interest in the matters of the day, and you are 23. That's quite a breath of fresh air. We wish you could invite your friends to the next Twitter Spaces. As for the other question, which you are asking about what would happen if there is a war and the junta refuses to give up power, I would say that let's not anticipate a war, because primarily we are a non-violent movement and we don't expect to go to war with anyone. And our understanding is ZANU-PF and the junta cannot fight with all the citizens and just keep the country to themselves. So definitely at the end of the day, the citizens are going to prevail. That's my quick answer, but your question has been recorded. As you can see, we are recording. And if there are any further answers, you'll get those answers. Thank you so much, Mohammed Tawanda. Let's go to JT.
Host, before JT, can I just say one thing, please?
Yes, go ahead.
To my brother, the youth. My brother, you heard what Brother Opo said. 25 years ago, he was 25. And if you add another 25, he's 50. That is the same age bracket as me. So when we are to go back to when the current regime went to Mozambique to fight against imperialism, to fight against the Smith regime, what age groups were they? I want to challenge you to come up with a day in the week that we can say this is a Twitter space for the youth, for the CCC, so that we can start arranging how we are going to defend the vote and how we are going to protect it. We need it to come from you, not from us, not from the leaders. So I think that we need to work out a plan and see how we can make that one happen. DM me so that we can start making plans now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And not only the speaker, but all the youths who are here, who would like to be part of this process, and we hope it's all of you. Kindly DM us, DM the host, DM the co-host. We'll give you the attention, we'll get your ideas and get them implemented, because we believe ideas come from the people. Go ahead, JT.
Thanks, host. I just wanted to reinforce the facts that you've already raised about that having leadership on these Twitter spaces. If you can do it daily, I think that would be very good. And I think everyone here would agree that we need leadership to be here, to be answerable. And it's only not leadership around Harare. We need representatives deep down, as I said earlier. I'm from Chipinge. We've got the most rural places there where we have MPs for CCC. We need them to take responsibility, and we need people to question, and also to conscientize people here that these wards or constituencies exist. We've got in Chipinge, we've got Mahenye, we've got Tanganda. These are deep rural places where CCC has got MPs there. So we need people to know these places, and we need these MPs to come to these places. And we, as we're taking initiative in around Chipinge, and we're trying to get these people to come here. So it would be good for them to come and speak, and people to ask ask questions as well, to see what they are doing to mobilize and enhance the cause. So I'm really supportive of the idea of having leadership daily, or if it means weekly or whatever. We need leadership to be here, to be present. But before I go drop down to the listeners, I want people around Chipinge, I'll say it in our local language, kuti madoda ekanyi, nevakunda vedu vekanyi, ngatibatanei pano kugwinyisa musangano wedu we-CCC, because Chipinge ndo kanyi redu. We need that place to be known, and for our leaders deep down there to be known. And we, as I said earlier, we're adopting polling stations. We are mobilizing funds and encouraging the youth to vote. There's campaigns going on there, and we just we need everyone to come together. And thank you for this space. And as I said, kuti vanenge vekanyi kuchipinge ngatibatanei, then tosimbisa msangano wedu and nenzvimbo yedu. Thank you very much, and I'll drop down now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, JT, for that. And indeed, Chipinge is an important place, and a place which has got a special place in the hearts of all the people who work in the diaspora team, because that's where our secretary for diaspora, Minister Clifford Tlachwayo, comes from. So it's a place that has a special place in our hearts. So definitely, Mandoda Ekanyi join the other group, and Wakunda as well do the same. Thank you so much. African Giant, okay, African Giant dropped. Tadini Masaya, can you go ahead?
Oh, thank you very much, host. Can you hear me? I was having a
Yes.
connection issue earlier before. No, thank you very much. Washington, my brother, it's been a while. Nice to see you, and it's been an amazing discussion. I've been listening. Yes.
Yes, can you hear me?
All right. I don't know who's speaking.
Go ahead, Tadini. Go ahead, Tadini.
All right, thank you very much. It's been a great discussion. I enjoyed listening to the VP Tendai Biti and some of his submissions and his responses, and also the whole initiative to actually rally and have money for the CCC, the newly formed party. And I think I understand that this is mainly to defend the vote. And this is where I want to speak about. I want to speak about issues to do with collaboration. And this should be something that resonates even with people that do not necessarily subscribe to the CCC party itself, such as the other brother who spoke before from a different political party. You know, a fair election is going to benefit everyone. It's going to benefit Zimbabweans who support ZANU-PF. It's going to benefit Zimbabweans who support CCC, because the result that will come out of it will not be disputed and will allow the nation to move forward, and it will also allow the nation to be acceptable to other partners that we might benefit from partnering with. So I think this, when we look at it from that perspective, contributing to making sure that the CCC as a party is able to participate, firstly, it is just capacitated to participate, will benefit everyone, because Chamisa is the first that has to be included in the race if the election is ever going to be taken serious. So I think even people who are in ZANU-PF or people who do not subscribe to the CCC should maybe also donate to the cause. Obviously, that is why there is the anonymous button. And then I would also say to the CCC itself and everybody who's part of the conversation, I think we should also look into collaborations, even with people that do not subscribe to your party. Because at the end of the day, especially when it comes with the defend the vote movement, what we want to achieve is a free and fair election, is a fair, or to be able to prove that, yes, you know what, the votes have been counted and it's fair. Everything that was done was actually fair. So we should be able to collaborate with people that are either non-partisan, or people that subscribe, that belong to other political parties, or people that belong to organizations that are already involved in this work, the work to do with vote protection, or making the election environment more conducive for all. And I think it is key, because we are moving, especially when it comes to the CCC as a new political party. I think it's moving from an old toxic kind of politics, where people could not even work with people that identify as different. You see, or people that have not jumped to a certain tune. And I think since this is something that is definitely new, it should maybe adopt a different approach and be able to shake hands where it is necessary, especially in this fight of free elections. I will reiterate to say, you know, an election that is free and fair, a vote that we can have regardless of who ends up winning, and people can all agree that you know what, this was fair. No one had their hands tied up because of financial resources, or no one was tied up because they could not provide a sufficient observers in all polling stations. Will benefit every Zimbabwean. It will benefit including those that do not subscribe to the CCC. With that, I would say I would
Yes, can you hear
encourage
me?
everyone. Um, All right. Yeah, I was going to land there and say I would encourage everyone to donate. I always joke with Koma Washington and say panopinda donation here yakanzi anonymous. You know that the politically neutral have passed by, and we've also had discussions with people from ZESNI. Those organizations are speaking and are currently doing a lot of work on the ground that we can also support as citizens. There's also initiatives such as those that have been done by the Student Vote Movement, and initiatives such as those that have been done by the Virgin Voter Movement, where they're targeting young ladies that are just coming of age with a feminist philosophy to it. But the ultimate goal at the end of the day is a free and fair election, and where we also ensure that everyone who wants to participate has participated. So thank you very much for giving me the chance to speak. It has been amazing listening to the contributions coming from the speakers before me.
Thank you so much. And with that, I want to say
Thank you so much. Hello.
Ganje, can you wait a bit? There are two tweets that are pinned there. One is the one for the donation for the by-elections, which is up there, and the other one is for the targeted resource mobilization. And there's also another fundraiser going on where we are raising the money to defend the vote. Everything is important. We need to defend the vote, but we need to get the vote first. And we need to get the vote first, but we are faced with the by-elections. So all these things are coming at once, and all the fundraisers are important. Can you kindly find it in your heart to mobilize your friends, your family, everyone you know, so that they can come and support the cause, at least one of these initiatives, so that at least we can move forward in a better direction. Then from there, I would say we would like to take the last 15 speakers, and we are giving them 1 minute, 30 seconds each, that too with the interventions of the host and the delays. That can take us to about 26 minutes, so that we can end at past. So when you come, if you pass 2 minutes, I'll automatically drop you. Please don't take it personal. It's not about the contribution you have made, but it's so that we can have tight contributions. So once 2 minutes is passed, I drop you, then we hear the next one. So we will start with Mark, then we go to African Giant.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me the chance. I think I wanted to start with the remote areas. Personally, my rural home is Gokwe. So from experience, I think in 2001 I was in grade 7. I saw what was happening during those times when ZANU-PF got defeated. I think some of the things that definitely have to, definitely that have to happen. We need a media center. For example, Gokwe is big, so we need a media center whereby people can report all that will be happening in their constituencies. Should it be maybe phone with cameras and loaded data from Econet, whereby people will be posting whatever will be happening in those areas like Nembuzia, Choda, all those Zambezi Basin lying areas, whereby people will be posting whatever will be happening. It can actually help us in the long run, so that people can always have some safety whereby they can have someone to lean on all the happenings that will be happening. Sometimes people will be lacking like UT0, whereby people don't have somebody to tell what would actually be happening. So people need that support. Communication is very important, because the moment we leave those lying areas like from from Blueo, Nkai, Nyaje, Mateta, Gokwe. You go to Jahana area there, Mavirivi, then you go to Nembudzia, you stretch straight Chakari area, down in mine, up to Karoi in Zimba. It's a one road, but it's coming from Blueo. But it's one very important route that once we leave those areas, then we're leaving it to ZANU-PF to just take it up. But actually, CC is everywhere in those areas. I can tell you from the way that I grew up. I know Boko is a CCC area, but we need to take our grip on all those areas so that we actually get something out of it. But the moment we just speculate and say Boko is a ZANU-PF area, we are actually giving ZANU-PF a blank check. Thank you very much for the chance to speak.
Thank you for that. Let's keep it under 2 minutes. From there, African Giant, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. And I would like to say congratulations to everyone on CCC. I would say the hope, but I'll try and keep it as short as possible. I'd like to stress the point that Uguti, as the youth, I am 28 this year. And in my life, I've never voted, unfortunately, because I am not in the country. But then, we all face the same struggles, whether we're inside the country or outside the country. And number two, in Southern Africa as a whole, we have this voter apathy. How do we keep this fire burning of this new baby that's been born until 2023? How are we going to keep the youth, us, involved until that time? Are we a trend? How are we going to keep this movement going until voter day? Number three, how are we going to defend this vote? If we can make this as clear as possible, as maybe as the months go by, as we get closer, by-elections are nothing. We have got this in the bag. The bigger picture is we know what we want to achieve. We know where we want to be as a movement and where we want to take our country from step 1 to step 2. How do we keep the diaspora involved? How do we integrate this diaspora? Because the Zimbabwean movement. I would like to congratulate everyone who's
Okay, we keep losing the African Giant there, but also the 2 minutes were done. So kindly mute your mic until it's your chance to speak. Otherwise, we'll remove you from the speakers. Okay, nice. I'll have to remove him. Right. Okay, from there we go to okay, the next speaker just dropped off. Let's go to Chirandu.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, thank you. I just have a few reinforcements to what Mr. Chingono, Mr. Opel said. Okay, the thing is, the election is ours. The win is ours. The victory is certain. Why am I saying that? It's proven by the track record of what we did 2018. 2018, we had a very limited time to conquer the enemy. So now, since we have a limited time as we approach 2023, we also have little time. So now my encouragement to everyone who is a CCC member is to advertise, so to say, to advertise the brand Triple C. President Chamisa is known to people. People know him. So we can't really, main focus is to brand. The brand should be known to everyone countrywide. And the other thing is for people to know the MPs. Since the MPs are known so little by their constituencies. So let the brand be known to people and let the MPs be known. Chamisa has got his victory certain already. I'm sure of that. So the main thing is the brand has to go to the people, and the MPs should be known. Chamisa has got all the victory. What he needs is for his MPs to win, for the MPs to win, so that we can garner at least 2/3 in the parliament. That's what we all need to do. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Chirantu. I kindly ask you that will be ending at past. So if you don't get a chance to speak, don't get offended. Let's go to Tinashe.
Host, before Tinashe host, can I just quickly go through a few things? There are issues that were raised by one of the speakers where he was talking about phones with cameras, you name it. I just thought probably maybe I need to just go back there and highlight what we are doing in our resource mobilization. Part of what we are doing is, apart from reaching out to everyone and trying to networking and building this baby, the baby needs feeding, and as it's growing, the demands will also grow. So what we are doing is, if you look at the top of this link, there's a link for donations, and we are not only taking money as a donation. We are looking for people, young and old, with skills that they can donate to Triple C. We want to work with your knowledge. We want to reach out to people that are not here that you know. The only way we can do that is by working with you. So if you've got a skill, something that you can add to what we have, we're looking for you. We are in the process of arranging drop-off points in every country for things like smart mobile phones that are going to be used during elections, tablets, laptops, computers. We are looking for those things specifically because when an election is going on, if something is seen to be vital evidence, or if some information of V11s needs to be sent to the command center, or any photographic is required to be sent, that phone, that old phone that you have, or the new phone that you feel you want to buy it for Triple C, is going to work to provide that information. So what we are saying is, it's our responsibility to make sure we do this so that our elections would be as effective as they can possibly be. So we're talking about human skill, the skill that you can provide. DM us, get in touch with us so that we can get all these things done. We've got websites that are being done where all this information is going to be collected and posted. But in the meantime, while that process is going on, please, 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 we require anything and everything that you can help, whether in Zimbabwe or out here. If you've got a car that you think can be used during the election, please, we need it. If you've got a car that you want to donate to the party, please. If you've got an office in Harare that you think you can donate it to the party, not just Harare, anywhere in Zimbabwe, we need it. So there is so much that we are looking for, that we as citizens, we can say, I've got this, there you are, I've got this, there you are. That will help this movement to grow. To be honest, ZANU-PF took everything from us, everything, apart from the idea that we have for change and the people. So we, the people, we need to be smarter than ZANU-PF and make sure we take them out. So I'm going to leave this going, but please bear in mind that without these things, it's going to make life difficult for us to be able to do anything. Thank you. Thank you, host.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Tinashe, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I just wanted to make a contribution. I'm here because this is where Zimbabweans are gathered, not necessarily the Coalition for Change, the Citizens Coalition for Change. I'm here because I'm Zimbabweans and you guys are Zimbabweans, you are gathered also. So I'm going to try and respond to two issues. There was a brother who was talking about failing to secure a loan because he was sending money to Zimbabwe. I think in as much as we, as the CC, might not want to hear this, this forms part of the impact of sanctions. I don't want to go deep with that because I know you guys might not like it, and sometimes people who talk like me might sound otherwise. But then number two, we leave it as it is. Number two, I'm happy that you guys have finally changed your name and your color. It's nice. What I'm really looking forward to is for you guys not to only end at changing your colors, changing your names. I'm looking forward for you guys to change even your approach to Zimbabwean politics. Remember, we are what we are because of who we are together. In as much as we belong to different political parties, at the end of the day, we are Zimbabweans. We need tolerance in our politics, because if I'm going to listen to you as someone maybe who is supporting the ruling party, there is a level of respect that we must be able to engage each other with, you see. So I hope now, since you've changed, you have promised to be the new and things like that, I hope your approach has changed also, and especially on the position of sanctions. And I'm glad Mr. Chingono is hearing from me now after a lot of years since he blocked me, but I am happy that he's hearing me again, and my position has not changed on on how Zimbabweans should be doing politics. It doesn't have to be toxic. We might belong to different sides and all that, but at the end of the day, we are Zimbabweans. We need to be marketing the Zimbabwean brand, far from politics and stuff like that. So I wish you well as brothers, but hakukusvasvangai tinokusvasvangai hedu, but we want you guys to be happy, have a sense of belonging. Zimbabwe is yours too. So when we are going through my elections, we do the elections. After elections, let's be on the drive of developing our country. As kukusvasvangai hatokusvasvangai, don't worry, but tinokudaiwo, you are our fellow people. Thank you, host. I never usually get this opportunity to speak to fellow Zimbabweans on the other side, even though I like it so much. Anyway, thank you so much. Musazondidzinge, ndikuraka zvangu, but handitaure nonsense. Musazondidzinge. Thank you
All
so
right.
much. Good luck,
All
guys.
right. Thank you, Tinashe. And indeed, you are entitled to choose a political party of your choice, as long as you believe in your ideology. But we hope that when we defeat your entire ZANU-PF outfit in the 2023, you tell your comrades to accept the election results and move on with life and enjoy the proceeds that they have looted so far. From there, we'll go to Roshi Prince.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you, citizens, for gathering here. Simply because you are citizens, I do believe the reason why this movement was called Citizens Coalition is because someone realized the value of citizens beyond the value of politics, because like Honorable Biti has been always saying in his last 2 or 3 spaces that he has been with us, he has always been talking of uh, a, a point where politicians saw themselves as untouchable, more than and more superior, more than the citizens. So it's the citizens, of course, like what the previous speakers said, who builds who builds Zimbabwe. Is the citizens who define where Zimbabwe should go, and Zimbabwe should, before we even talk of things that we are not able to control, there are simple things that we can actually control, that can be developed, and that can be weed out amongst ourselves. A functioning a functioning economy does not need to be explained. A functioning country does not need to be explained. It all comes up when I've got a job, I've got a paying job, but I I'm not so much I'm not so much intelligent as compared to some of my classmates who are spending the whole day trying to spin a stolen cell phone at Joina City because they can't find a job. I have seen brilliant minds amongst Zimbabweans, but they can't think of any development because anything that they start doing right now to a day is going to be grabbed, taken over by someone who feels they are more superior than any other thing. That does not that that doesn't have to be a person be colored to be a politician in the CCC, a politician in the MDC, a politician in the Mavambo, a politician in ZANU-PF. Corruption is corruption where it is. It should be called out, and it should be it should it has to stop, because no one can ever define Zimbabwe more than Zimbabweans themselves. I love what the previous speaker said, that we as Zimbabweans, we build Zimbabwe the way it should be built. And for sure, it should be built uh, by calling out things that are depriving a normal regular citizen of the privileges that they are supposed to enjoy. I don't feel proud myself to see my my gogo who has lost an ID, a simple identification card, traveling kilometers and kilometers, spending the whole day going to queue, or spending a week going to queue for an ID at Makombe building. That's not normal. Those things should be decentralized. Those things should be at district level. Those clinics, hospitals, at every district, there should be a doctor. There should be a functioning health system, not for someone to go to something called a provincial. I don't dream of a new Zimbabwe, or of a Zimbabwe from now where we have something called provincial, where people.
Great points there, but let's keep it under a minute. As you can see that we have 5 minutes left. Unfortunately, we see that there are still 14 requests. We won't be able to take you. We'll finish with those who are on the platform. Then we'll call it a night. We apologize. Kindly send in your questions or your contributions to our inbox. We'll go through them. Then when we come to the other spaces, we'll try to address as many of them as possible. From you, let's go to General J. General J, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Yeah. My contribution. Thanks for allowing me time to speak. My contribution is simple. Um, there have been times when I've been donating to so many platforms that have been formed. But there is one problem that I have, especially with the leaders. Um, I've wanted to donate some clothes and some groceries, especially to the folks back home. There has been like that go-go who came out chasing the police after they prevented them from getting foodstuffs. I felt sorry for her, and I gathered some donations from my colleagues with the intention of sending the groceries to Gogo. Contacted some leaders. Ostalios was one of them, but the reception I got, I mean, I, I don't know. He probably was scared that I was CIO or whatever, but I got a cold reception from there. There was another old chap as well who came out singing, like this was in Bikita. We saw some videos of that. He had no shoes, and it's people like that that we need to motivate in the struggle. And the only way I can contribute to that is because I'm here and I can get some of those things, shoes, clothes. I can get them easily, and I'm able to send them over. But I think also the leaders need to be receptive to some of these things so that we work together. That was my point. My
Thank you.
other point is
if you can make it under 30 seconds.
yeah. I'm just directing it to Hopewell, please. I think I might have said something that upset Hopewell some time ago, and he blocked me. Mkoma Hopewell, kindly unblock me, please. I've been losing out on your spaces and all that. If you can,
Okay,
please.
I'll,
Thank
I'll,
you.
I'll unblock you now. I'll unblock you now.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, General J,
Thank you.
for your contributions, and get in touch with us. This is what we keep telling everyone who is on the platform.
Yeah.
Send us a message, get in touch with us. That's why there's the Diaspora Secretariat. That's why there was a person who was appointed for the diaspora. So sometimes if you go to the wrong secretariat, you might not get the response that you want. So if you're in the diaspora, and there's the Diaspora Secretariat, you come to us. If you complain that the Diaspora Secretariat didn't respond to my request when I gathered something, then that would be concerning. But if you have us, kindly send us messages. We are there for you. That's why we are holding these spaces. We know that most of the people we have here will be in the diaspora, and they are the ones who want to contribute to the people on the ground. We are in touch with the people on the ground, all provinces. So kindly get in touch, especially yourself, General J. You made a request to Mukoma Wopo. I'm also making a request to you. Send your information, your contacts, then we can take it from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, from there, let's go to Titus.
Thank you, Os. Much appreciate. You're doing a very good job. It's not an easy platform. You're trying. I applaud your patience, especially when people from the other side come and they put their rhetoric and you patiently listen to them. I wouldn't have the patience. So I really appreciate you, because I wouldn't listen to that. But my contribution will be something that has been said on this platform by a lot of people, uh, including Mkoma Hopewell. The only reason is a reiteration, because I think it's important. We do hold some spaces during the day, as citizens, as Triple C, and these things keep on these points keep on coming during the day. And the point being that the leaders, the people in Triple C, the people that are representing us in as members of parliaments in constituencies, they need to be visible on social media. And I want to reiterate that it's very important that these people be visible on social media. Why do I say so? Because it is the only platform that we have that is sending out the message to all the massives, and that message has got an impact, and that message is rebutting and is kicking back the other side. ZANU-PF have always had the monopoly with the ZBC and all that, but we are coming up with the Twitter Spaces, Facebook, and all the other social media. And what we are doing with the Triple C, with the yellow color, there's a momentum, and we need to keep on showing. But what we need now is our leaders to be visible. What we are not finding out is most of our people that should be in these places of leadership position, they are not here on the social media. And if we ask, it is something that we always talk: please be visible. I'll give you a quick example. Like in the afternoon, in the morning, we were just holding a space in one of a lot different hosts do host these spaces, and we were hosting a space. We had about 50 people, and Deputy Speaker Ostalos came on. From 50 people, I think within about 10 minutes, we had 110 people. So that over 110% increment within 10%, because one of the leaders just came through, even though he wasn't talking, and we asked him to come to talk, but just his presence made a big impact. So please, let's use the social media impact, because this is our platform that we can relate the message to all the people in different places. So I just want all the people in the leadership position to know that, please, you have social media places, all of the leaders, please have accounts. Whatever you do, I don't, whether it's Instagram, whether it's TikTok, whether it's Twitter Spaces, these social medias have got an impact, and please, we need you to be visible. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Titus, for your kind words, and we hope more leaders who are here and listening are going to be responsive to your message and to use more of social media. Let's go to Raymond Muzamil.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, co-host and the host, for allowing me an opportunity to speak. I hope you can hear me, guys.
Yes.
Thank you. So mine is not really a question, but more of an encouragement and in appreciation of the work which is being done on the ground. We say Jans Kusatenda Huroi. I've been here from the time which the president, the vice president, began to speak, and I'm still here. And having you guys arranging all these spaces and these platforms for us to be airing our views, it actually takes time and it takes effort. I would really love to appreciate on behalf of maybe everyone on this platform the good work that you are doing, you guys. It's actually the good work of the Lord. And Koma Hopewell, please do not grow weary. May you continue on the good work that you are doing. And I would just want to encourage everyone, borrowing from the scripture. There's a story which which always keeps me good when I read it. The story about Nehemiah. If you happen to be someone who reads the Bible more often, you can actually go through the story. It's the book of Nehemiah, and as well as the book of Ezra. So Nehemiah, at some point, he happened to be staying in a form of a diaspora, which he was staying at. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so it comes a time when Nehemiah actually took a self-introspection about himself and what's been going on in Jerusalem and how desolate the city had become. And important to note, it actually troubled Nehemiah to say the walls of Jerusalem had actually fallen. And what I liked about the story is how Nehemiah owned the struggle, how Nehemiah owned, actually took up upon himself to own the struggle to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. So my point is that, guys, as Zimbabweans, everyone on this platform, let's not wait for anyone to push us. Let us not wait for anyone to we may have leaders, yes, they're important, but the struggle is for everyone. Let's bear the burden upon our shoulders. Let's actually have that upon our heart to put up the work forward and to own the struggle. Let's also pray for our leaders. One of the important things that you will be need to be doing, in as much as we would want to have these spaces and to have action on the ground, it's also paramount and important that, guys, we pray. Let's pray for ourselves. Let's pray for our leaders, President Chamisa. Let's pray for all those guys who are taking the lead to actually do something. Let's pray for our country. Let's pray for our industries. Let's pray for the church. The church should actually come forward and be at the forefront to be leading in prayer. Let us, every one of us, let us have a time of prayer and to pray that everything that is being planned, the movement, how it's going to move, that God will actually guide us, God will lead all the way, God will revive our country. It actually says it in His word that if we go before Him with all humility, He's able to heal us, He's able to revive us, and it's possible that God can actually revive our country. It's possible if we have the faith and put our faith in action. Thank you. I've taken more than 2 minutes. My apologies to the host, and have a pleasant night to those who are at night like myself, and to those who are actually in the day. You enjoy your day, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that and for bringing the spiritual side. There's a group, a prayer group that actually prays in the movement. I think it's called Pamavi. So you can send us a DM and we can connect you to Pamavi. Then you can contribute with your prayers as well, since you have a very strong spiritual side. It's also something that we need as a country, as a movement, people who actually pray for the movement. Thank you so much. Let's go to Tafadzwa. Tafadzwa, if you can hear us. Tafadzwa Chimanikire. Okay, Tafadzwa can't hear us. So we'll remove him. Let's go to Farai Munemo.
Yeah, hello, Mogodidwe.
Yes.
Right. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm actually excited to be here. I think CCCC was long overdue. My contribution is, I know it has been said before, is towards the rural areas. I think it's an area where we need to do a lot of work, because we don't want to repeat the same mistakes that were made during the MDC era, whereby we neglected the rural areas. We're not that visible. I've worked in the rural areas when I was under DDF and as under in Mount Darwin, Rushinga, Guruwe. Right. You find out there are a lot of MDC, there are a lot of supporters then. But because we were not visible that time, that power was taken away from us, because our leaders who were the MPs then in those areas were not that visible to give confidence to those who were supporting them. So we don't want to repeat the same mistake. We need to put a lot of work in rural areas, because ZANU-PF they've utilized that the rural areas to steal elections time and again, and we're still repeating the same mistake. Each election comes, we don't do much about it. Now ZANU-PF is stepping in Harare. That's why they are bringing in Anatwabam and the likes, because they're trying to wrestle those urban areas away from now CCC. So we need to do more in rural areas as well in urban areas, but more in rural areas, in the sense that that's where ZANU-PF manipulates people. So we need information to be sent in rural areas so that people are aware. Our leaders are very visible, especially those who are campaigning in those areas. They need to be very visible so that they give confidence to supporters that are there. I'll give an example that if we have a group of 10 and we have 5 supporters each side, right? Then 2 from, say, CCC are very visible and the other 5 are silent, right? That group can be simply be defeated because it's only 2. So those 2, they quickly back away, but they think they are the only ones who are waiting for CCC, but the others are quiet. So we need to give those people in the royals that confidence so that when they stand against ZANU-PF, they know they have backup, they know they have the leader they can run to. So I think that's my contribution. Sorry, I'm becoming emotional, but ZANU-PF not to words. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the passionate delivery. We appreciate that a lot. Let's go to school clothing.
Yes, gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I appreciate everybody who's on this platform and what they're doing, and the hosts and for organizing this. This is a good initiative to guarantee the win in 2023 for CC. All I just wanted to say is, or maybe it might be an advice for CC, if he can have an initiative to have a broadcasting for the whole of these platforms at one time, so he can be speaking at YouTube, Facebook at the same time every week, so he can find a day in the week that he can address. Like, for example, I'm in the UK, and every Wednesday the Prime Minister is in the Parliament without fail, addressing the country, asking questions, things like that. So everybody who is in the diaspora will know that at 10 o'clock, no matter what, on Monday or on Tuesday, on Wednesday, Mrs. Sisi is going to give the people, the citizen, what are they working on, what they're working on in that plan. And also to have a strategy. I'm in business as well. I run a clothing business, online business, and without a strategy, you can never succeed. So if you can hire strategists, business people who know how to strategize in advertising, marketing the brand, and marketing his message, because the vision, the message has to go through. If the message is not heard, out of sight is out of mind. We're not going to stand a chance with these cabal who are running the country at the moment. That's my view. I wish everybody a good weekend and stay blessed.
Thank you so much. Kindly DM us, since you said we should contact business strategists, and you said you are a business person who uses strategy. I think that makes you a business strategist. Can you kindly DM us so that we can follow up on your suggestions and hear what you have to offer your fellow citizens? When you do this, you are not doing it for the city, for the leadership. You are doing it for yourself as a citizen and for your fellow citizens. So thank you so much for that contribution, and
you're most welcome.
Contact us. Thank you. From there, let's go to Lexi.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for giving me the platform to speak. Thank you so much to the CCC Diaspora Desk and Brother Ali for hosting these spaces. I've actually attended quite a few of these spaces already, and I've found them very engaging. I also wanted to give a shout out to my brother Hopewell. Thank you so much for everything that you do. Your Twitter account is the first account that I sort of go into every morning just to check, what's happening in Zimbabwe. So thank you so much for your contribution to the struggle. The struggle is truly richer because you are in it. Thank you as well to Jessica. I can't see her today, but I think she might be somewhere. Thank you as well. Your contribution really drives us from our little corners in the world to sort of stand up and be counted as well. I think the question that I had was probably maybe partly addressed by Brother Ali. It was really to do with cohesion, because I think we all know now that this struggle is nothing without the funds. We need the money, we need to fund the struggle. And I was just wondering whether there was any discussions in the background, maybe with the leadership. Unfortunately, I'm not an IT person. Otherwise, I would certainly, offer my IT skills. But I do think there is a need to have a sort of centralized fundraising drive where we can see the different initiatives that are going on that have actually been endorsed by the party. I appreciate what Hopewell said about, the leadership retweeting some of these initiatives. But I think a central page as well, where we can see the different initiatives, how far we are going with those different initiatives would help, as well as would cohesion, I guess, around the timings of some of these spaces. I actually attended a space, I think it was earlier on in the week, where the director of president was present in the actual um, space. But because there was another big space that was happening at more or less the same time, not a lot of people actually joined that particular space, which I think was very important. So I don't know if there could be cohesion around sort of having a focus on really fundraising, the different fundraisings that the parties have endorsed, and timings as well, just so we get as much people attending each of these individual fundraising spaces as is possible. But otherwise, thank you so much for all the hard work that you guys are doing. We truly, truly appreciate, and you are encouraging us to do more as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's a very important contribution and a great question. So I will try to just say we are definitely trying to streamline all the fundraising activities, but at the same time appreciating that they are all important. The issue of a platform which can where everyone can see all the fundraisings going on is a great idea, and we are going to try and pursue it. And if there are IT guys who know how that is done, you can just send a DM and tell us how we can streamline everything. That said, I can say when it comes to the times, I think Koma Opo is here. We'll give him a chance after Chief Soshet to say his last words as well. We actually negotiate in the background most of the times when we see that there are clashing programs and we have got important guests, because we don't want to a situation where all the people will go to one space and miss out on the other spaces. So we actually do try to collaborate with everyone. And we try to make, like as Diaspora Desk, we'll try to make our spaces as regular as possible, such that if it's on Wednesdays and Saturdays at a particular time, or if it's at 7 p.m., many people are requesting that we do every day. Every day will mean that the other spaces will be affected. But if we know that we are doing Wednesdays and Saturdays, then there are others who are doing on Mondays and Tuesdays. Then there's someone doing on Wednesday. Then we coordinate, and everyone works in a sort of a calendar fashion where we have one space after the other without anything clashing. That would be great, but it would be great work to coordinate all of them, because they can come a new initiative and people want to talk, and it's social media, it's open. So even after a negotiation, someone can decide to go ahead. So some of the factors we can't avoid them. With that, I will give the word to Chief Shoshe to say his last words. Mambo Shoshe. Mambo Shoshe, can you unmute yourself and speak?
Oh, okay, okay. Old age. Sometimes I forget to do this thing. Thank you, Dr. Rico. Thank you, Mr. Ali. You guys are doing a good job. Keep it up. Um, let me, of course, let me start by saying I have remitted my $130 that I pledged to donate, and for allowing me to speak again for the second time. I'm gonna put $50 rather on Mr. Hopo Chingono's fundraiser that is pinned here, and I encourage everyone to do that. This is a party endorsed fundraiser. It's for our members of parliament and our councillors. We are 480 right now. Can you imagine the difference that it would make if you just, all of us would just go and put $10 each, $10 each. That's $4,800. And then before you leave, you also go and put another $10 and $10 on the fundraiser that we are having here. It's also a party initiated fundraiser. You know, it will become so much easier if we put in those smaller amounts, but in our bigger numbers. You know, that's the struggle we are in. But I just wanted to quickly respond to some of the sentiments and statements that I was listening to here. Big ideas, powerful ideas that were coming through, very productive discussion. Of course, people know that the Friday Yellows or Yellow Fridays was started here. Someone came and spoke about having that event on last week, and today we have had the first, and we'll continue to do that until Zimbabwe is free. We'll continue to meet here on Fridays until Komana Apinda. And I also want to just respond to someone who spoke about the by-elections, upcoming by-elections, and the diaspora involvement. I want to warn and caution very kindly my fellow Yellow Lights, my fellow comrades, and of course all Zimbabweans, that it's not going to be a walkover in these by-elections. In fact, history and statistics have shown that sometimes we don't do that well in by-elections. So let's not be complacent. There is a lot of work to be done. There is a lot that we need to do as citizens, as diasporians, and that brings me to the issue of what can we do? We ourselves speak on behalf of North America. I won't speak on behalf of other external assemblies. We were twinned with constituencies in rural Zimbabwe, but as of yesterday, we are now temporarily moving away from those constituencies, and by the end of next week, we would have been twinned with the constituencies that are participating in by-elections. We have 14 branches here in North America province. So each of them is going to be twinned to a constituent that is participating. And I know each of those branches will give no less than $1,000 to help. But to those in the diaspora, as my brother was asking, what can they do? If you are in North America, you're in Canada, you're in USA, you can be a champion. For instance, Binga is participating in by-elections. You come from Binga, you have an interest in Binga, or you're from around that area, you can become a champion of Binga. You can become a champion of Chivi. Chivi is participating in by-elections, or you can become a champion in Highfield West because you grew up in Highfield West and you're living in Canada, you're living in USA. You can get in touch with us. You can get in touch with the diaspora desk. We work together with the diaspora desk as external assemblies. If you get a message to them that I'm from Kuadzana and I want to help Honorable Wende retain his seat, we can, make a direct contact with Honorable Wende, or we can refer you to the branch that has been twinned with Honorable Wende. And I want to go back before I step down and say it's not going to be easy for us to retain these seats. We have to work hard. ZANU-PF is not sleeping. The information we have right now is that they have targeted certain constituencies, certain members of parliament, the stalwarts in the Triple C movement that stand with President Chamisa, Honorable Wende, Honorable Chidziva Highfoot West, Honorable Mutseami, and Honorable our organizing secretary, Vachibaya. Those have been targeted by ZANU-PF. And we know that ZANU-PF is going to pour a lot of money and a lot of resources into their constituencies. So if we come here and we know, we say, we are Triple C, we are going to make it, we are going to win those constituencies, it's not going to happen like that. We guys here in the diaspora, in the as citizens, we have to play a bigger part. We heard what Honorable Biti was saying, that we don't have money, we don't have resources, there are no donors. Donors are gone. We are the donors. So let's do something about our struggle. Let's own our struggle. No one is going to do it for us. We have to do it for ourselves. So please, let's get onto the different fundraisers that are there and donate the little that we can, so that once again we can free Zimbabwe for change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mamba Shosha, for those encouraging words. Now we'll go to our brother Hopo's last words.
Thank you very much. I want to start by thanking you first, host, and your team for being persevering in holding these Twitter spaces. They are very educational. We get a lot of insights, and they are motivational as well. They inspire people to do things. And because of them, a lot of action is now taking place. And I would like once more to remind the Triple C leadership that they need to do what you guys are doing in order to inspire people. You've heard so many people say that they want to see the leadership at the forefront. In terms of fundraisers, it's important that whatever you guys are doing is promoted by the leadership, because ultimately the leadership is the one that is going to contest and get power. So what you're doing is assisting them. So they should be at the forefront. We want to see the leadership of Triple C at the forefront, promoting these fundraisers, coming to spaces, discussing issues, getting questions answered, and ultimately the leader himself, Nelson Chamisa, should be visible, and I think it's going to be visible. There was so much that was happening, and he had to deal with those things. But now that things are settling down, I think that he's going to be visible. If you read Tabiwa Mashakada's threads today on his Facebook, they are now so terrified because they wanted the MDC name, and they thought that Nelson Chamisa and his team were going to fight for it. And because Nelson threw a dummy at them and said, we are going to contest as MDC Alliance, they had prepared for that. And their handlers in ZANU-PF and in other institutions were now waiting for that. And then they were plagued. They came as Triple C. Now they're throwing threats to say, if you did not renounce your leadership or your membership of MDC Alliance, even if you win, you'll still be MDC Alliance. And yet they said, we have expelled you on account of having joined another party. So it shows that what you guys are doing is working. When you see the puppets for the regime doing this sort of things, and it's the frustration. They're showing how frustrated they are because there's no other game in town. If it were to come to fruition that they would do something like that, it would be so fantastic because the world will now see how ridiculous the regime is, how ridiculous. I mean, I don't think there's any sensible judge with half a brain who would listen to that. So we want to encourage people not to spend time following the nonsense that they're saying. Let's focus on doing the right thing, raising the funds for the Triple C, and as Vice President Biti said on the other space, that this is not a political party. This is a citizens' movement. It's a coalition of all citizens from all walks of life. There are people who are coming from other political parties and saying, I want to support Triple C because Nelson Chamisa stands a better chance to win and effect change than than even the president of my party. I've spoken to people in ZANU-PF who are saying that their party has failed to reform, and as such, they are going to back Triple C. So Triple C should remain welcoming. You sleep with one eye open, making sure that the party is not infiltrated at the top. But in terms of people coming to support, you should welcome everyone, including those from ZANU-PF, because you need to win the hearts and minds of everyone. Every vote matters. So when you engage with these people on social media, be the bigger person, be the bigger people, be the change that you want to see. Don't be boxed in a corner where you're forced to trade insults. Once you see them starting to trade insults, ignore. If you can't ignore, then block them. Don't engage in trading insults. Stick to facts. If somebody says something about sanctions, just say to them, the truth is that Zimbabwe is able to trade with each and every country in the world. It has not been stopped from selling its maize, its gold, its diamonds. You just stick to facts. They want and they are going to be pushing you to trade insults. If you trade insults, then you are in their territory. It's like a pig. It takes you to the muddy pool, because it knows that once you are in there, you are the same. So I respect you guys. I respect all of you, and I request all of you not to engage in things that waste your time. Focus on things that are sensible, things that are meaningful, and focusing. You are better off tweeting the fundraiser as many times as you can per day than to spend your time engaging in Murakashi and calling names to each other. So be the change that you want to see, and you must be. The people must now come to understand there is a color now. People must now come to understand that if you are engaging with anyone who's yellow, if you're trying to trade insults, they will ignore you or they will block you. And then you focus on the real issues. So thank you very much, everyone. As I said, you should encourage so many people to participate in this thing, because Triple C is not a political party, it's a movement. It's a movement that seeks to bring change so that we have medication in our hospitals, we have nurses in our hospitals, our ICU